Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. 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 No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving 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 in.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, I had to cough. My name is Dutchess, and this is Dutchess Discussions, where we talk about true crime and missing cases. And tonight we're going to be talking more about the Tyler Doyle case. And I just want to welcome all of my moderators. Thank you all so much for being here. And you are a concentric part to what we do here on this YouTube channel. And I really appreciate every single one of you in blue for being here to support my mission. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I also want to thank all of my members. I'm just looking on my phone at everybody. Hey, Camshaft. Hey, Christina. Donna Blackman. So good to see you. Hey, Miranda. Glad to see you. Hey, Jessica, Allie, Rosie. I think there's a couple people that have been trying to come over to Discord. And I think y'all are having some trouble either accepting my friend request on Discord. I think one of y'all did get my friend request, but I need to get a copy of your YouTube channel link. And I'm going to show you guys how to get that tonight because that helps me to verify your membership. So, hey, Cat M. Good to see you. Kevin. Did I just see Kevin in here? I need to show Kevin how to do this. So if you have a link, you're on the top 3 tiers, which is like the advocate, the internet investigator, and the champion for the missing. That what is included with your membership there is a link to Discord. So if you guys want to come over there, those links are on the membership part for those particular tiers. And I did just post those over there. So I do want to be able to show you how to find your link in case you ever need it before we get started. So I can just get that out of the way. And give me the seaweed. I did unblock you. So I do see you here in the chat tonight. So I did tell Matthew that I would unblock you. So I didn't get it. Well, let me go look. I have been slammed today with phone calls and all kinds of stuff going on. So let me go back over there and check to see if I got it. No, I did not. I did not get anything from you. So I just need you to send it to me. And if you don't know how to get it, that's what I was going to walk you through really quickly. So this won't take but just a minute, guys. But I promised some people that I would show them how to do that. So I just want to, like, get that out of the way really quickly. So this is my studio. So we're going to go like to regular YouTube. This is like regular YouTube. You can see my very good friend Crystal is live right now. Justice for Elena. And we're supporting you from afar, Crystal. I'm so sorry that I can't be there tonight. But if you go on your YouTube page, like when you're just looking for people that you want to listen to their live stream, you can see that Crystal is live. You can see her red button where she's live. Can you guys see that right here? See how she's live right here? So to find your channel link, you would want to go. I'm going to have to probably take down my, because you can't see it because I have to take this off. Hang on, let me take my brand down for my channel so you guys can see that. I'll take it down just for a minute. See, okay, there we go. All right, so, okay, you see my little icon up here in the corner? You just click on that. And then you go to where it says your channel. Right here, this very first one, it says your channel. That's actually your channel too. Just because you don't have a channel where you go live doesn't mean you can't create one. But that's actually what your channel is. And you'll click where it says your channel and look, that is your actual channel right there. When you click on that, each one of you actually has a little dashboard that looks just like this, in case you didn't know that. So if you go all the way over to the very end, you see right here where it says about. And we're going to click on the about section. And then you just want to scroll to the bottom of the about section. Like here, see, I had to fill in all of my description about my channels for 18 plus only, where I talk about missing cases, Amber Alerts, missing flyers, etc. It's got my copyright, my Cash App, my email, my disclaimer. And then when you come down here to the bottom, it has this set of links. There will be a place on your phone and you'll be able to see more links, and it will give you, when you're on your laptop like this, if you see in this little bar up here, see right here where it said, well, okay, that just took me to studio, but let me go back over here. See where it says youtube.com @ for the missing /about. Like that is my page. If I'm on my home page on my laptop, That's my featured section. If you copy this link right here, copy it, and then you send it to me in a message, then I will know what your channel is. I told y'all we're gonna have moderator class one day. I'm gonna do that on a on a stream where because I've had a lot of people that are moderators say we need to learn how to use Nightbot and all of that. So maybe if the mods are interested, like we can do like a short little live stream sometime. But I just wanted to show any of the members that were trying to send me their link. That's how you grab it. That's how you grab me the link and then you just send it to me. And that's it. That's it, guys. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Y'all know I'm always late. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. It's okay. That gave me time to like kind of walk through that. Kevin, I hope that helps. You never knew that till yesterday. A lot of people don't know that. So I feel like, listen, my subscribers, like y'all are like my friends. Like you got to let your people in on all the information, right? Because I didn't have anybody to teach me all of these things. Like me and Michelle, we were just out there winging it, trying to figure out like mashing buttons and stuff.
I
So,
opened Discord, Dutchess,
mhm.
and I took about 20 seconds and I closed it. Yeah, no. I am not going to be trying to figure all that out.
It's a lot. My Discord is huge. It has a lot of cases in it. So, but thank you all for being here. And members, I hope that helps. And if you want to become a member and come to Discord, like that's if I ask you for your channel link, or if somebody else you need to share your channel link with somebody, maybe one day you'll decide to make your own channel somewhere, and you'll need to know like how to get that information. I had a lot of people text me, and I'm always happy to help. If I have mod links that I drop and you guys click on them and you're a moderator somewhere else, you are more than welcome to use those links when you are moderating for another creator, as long as they're okay with you dropping those links, because we have links for mental health, for substance abuse, domestic violence, 988. Those links I use on my channel, but I tell my moderators and chat, if you are a moderator somewhere else, please use those links, because that's what this community is about. It's about helping people. And that's why I always thank my moderators, because they always do such a wonderful job. And Michelle, the queen. By the way, congratulations, Michelle, because you're like one category away from winning the Cash App and the painting from me over in Discord. So I know it's a little early. But you're just like one thing away. And you are the queen. I bow down. I'm so like she made it to level 25. You get points for just chatting and sharing cases, and just it's a good way to like start conversations with people, and we laugh and we pray and we talk, and like I just set like a tier, and whoever gets there first, like they get a prize. So I love you, Michelle, and I appreciate all that you do to help us. So that was kind of like a soft intro, I guess, into this live stream. But I wanted to wait on AJ to get here, so I'm so glad that you're here. We have a lot to talk about.
Yes, we do. And if you guys hear my dog bark, I had to order a frappe, and I'm waiting for Uber to drop it off. And as soon as before he even gets to the door, my dog's going to know it and he's going to bark. So just
It's okay.
bear with me.
It's okay if you like. Sometimes if it gets loud around here, then I just mute myself out.
That's what I'm doing.
Because she sometimes gets. Well, she's got her Victoria's Secret blanket, so she's comfy right now. So we probably won't hear anything out of her for a while. So, So I wanted to get all of that out of the way because we do have a lot to talk about. I've been making phone calls this week. I've been getting a lot of phone calls this week. Um, I think AJ and I got the same phone call on Monday. AJ, you want to tell us about that phone call that we got about the information that we were able to obtain?
Well,
Well,
I it's kind of crazy because when you see it, there's a date of February 6th. So that's what, 6 days? Wait, Tyler went missing on the 26th. So that's, I can't,
yeah.
13 days? 14?
Yes. Let's see,
Yeah.
20.
Which is kind of weird to me because here's the thing. Phone records, I mean, my friend's murder trial was postponed twice because they were still waiting on phone records. They had a outline of them, but AT&T is the worst. So how Ronnie Floyd decided to go to Miss Linda's and drop off like over 100 pages of phone records, I don't know, because they're dated for February 2nd. So I guess he just decided that it would be okay to let the family go through absolute hell until yesterday or Monday. And then he just showed up and dropped off a bunch of phone records. But mind you, they're not Christian's phone records. The one person that we're questioning, they're not his, but they have given us a lot of information. They're Tyler's, and it's not the ones that you can just go look at your account. I mean, it says everything. If you texted him, I know it. If you called him and he didn't answer, if his phone was disconnected, I know it. That's the
Yeah.
type of phone records we have.
It's pretty specific, I have to say. Very impressive. Like, I mean, all the data points, like you even know the make and the IEMI number of the phone that is calling or that you are.
Yeah, that's not even what got me. Is what got me is there's two time frames. There's one that, what was it, ET, and what was the other one? That's just, let me look at it. It tells you how many seconds from the time you hit send on your phone that it took the towers to transfer your call to the switch and for it to start ringing. Blows my mind.
Yeah, the seizure time, I think it's
The
called.
seizure time.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then there's the actual time. So when we look at our phone bill, we see it says 2 minutes. It could have actually been a minute and 24 seconds, but they just round up. So we know
Um,
down to the second how long a person was on the phone call.
there's just a couple things that I wanna say before we get started on this. When I heard that Ronnie Floyd dropped these phone records off, there was a couple things that I was sure of. Number 1, I know that there are people listening to these live streams. And I would like to think that Ronnie Floyd is listening to these live streams. I hope that Jimmy Richardson is listening to these live streams. Because I think most people know by now he's in the Facebook group.
I don't know if they do that.
Well, he is. I think I've had people sending me messages that they
Oh,
saw.
have you? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
so,
Not only is he there,
um
but his legal assistant is there too.
yeah, and that I'm hoping that they see how much work that we have looked into, because there has been a lot of stuff that and I don't know the reason why that it was overlooked or why no one thought it was important to say anything. Um, but I don't believe that this case was handled in the manner that a law enforcement agent should have handled it, because I just don't know that the training and in experience in covering a missing persons case and getting that missing persons report, which can be filed within 24 hours. All of that wasn't done. It wasn't handled appropriately. the way that the family was disrespected. I mean, I understand that you can believe that XXX happened. I happen to think that it's very possible that Tyler also may have drowned in the water. So I'm not discounting that someone may actually believe that. However, given the circumstances, when you don't know exactly if an accident or if foul play has transpired, you should always get the name of anybody that is involved. You should speak to everybody. You should get a statement. You should form a command center. You should have people to bring anything they find directly to law enforcement. You should be logging in the people that are going out on the water, not putting that off on the family. There are so many things that are bass-ackwards in this case. I just think that it's safe to say that after I read 150 pages of what you sent me, about the DNR,
That was just
information about,
crazy to me. That was
um
just, oh my
I
gosh.
feel like that needs to be, discussed, because this has happened before where there has been misconduct in the DNR, and they've not carried themselves out with the integrity and training that they're supposed to. And there's been neglect, negligence, murder. What's the list of charges? I'm gonna have to go over here and find it just to. I mean, my mind was completely blown. And listen, we have a lot of respectful law enforcement agents in this county that I know, like Officer Corey Delina. I have a lot of respect for him. He is always kind. He is always compassionate. If I need to call on him, he is always willing to help. He helped me with Tyler's prayer vigil, and I actually spoke to him today. He called me. He called me because he got my call about the Horry County Public Safety phone call that I made to ask about those boat cameras. You know, why aren't there boat cameras? That was in 2014 that they were putting forth this initiative to put the only 6 landings that didn't have cameras to get surveillance, and there's still landings that don't have cameras, like my landing. And he gave me the person that I needed to reach out to, and I have sent an email. And he did ask me how Tyler's family was doing, that he was thinking of them. And he was, just, he's one of the most respectful officers that I've really dealt with. And I really appreciate him. But I did tell him that I just really want to get closure for this family. What's something that looks like closure, to find out the closest that I can get to giving them the answers that they deserve, so they can begin to find the closure that they need in order to move forward and remember Tyler, or seek justice, or whatever that looks like for them. That's what they need to do. And who am I to tell the family how they need to process their grief? If they need answers, then they need answers. But this has become much bigger than just finding out why this case was handled this way. Because we don't have the answers. We never found Tyler. He's still not been found. But then Brad with Wings of Hope has been made to look like that he didn't, give an SD card to Ronnie Floyd, when clearly he says he did, and he's asked the DNR to give it back to him. I don't know if he's had an answer about that. the way that Danny Jewel was treated. It's become much bigger. And we need answers. This can't continue like this. Okay, that's my rant. That's my rant. I'm sorry, but I just, and I told him that, and not all people in all professions are bad people, but there are people who don't always do their job to the best extent of their ability in every profession. In every profession, that happens. I've worked in nursing. I know how it is. I've seen it. I just expect more. And like if you just didn't want to do it, like just say that. Just say something. Because I need it to make sense to me. Amy says that she's from North Carolina, but you're in North Myrtle Beach for the month of October. Well, you're not far from me then. You visited the boat ramp that Tyler put in. It's not rocket science. This whole thing reeks. Justice for Tyler. Thank you, Amy. I hope you enjoy your vacation down here. It's nice and cool down here right now. My rant's a lot nicer than the one in your head. Well, mine didn't sound quite like that today. It had cursey words and explicit face expressions. Listen, if you don't know what I'm thinking, sometimes my face tells on me. And that's why I'm just decided I'm not going to turn on my camera because my facial expressions give everything away sometimes. Hey, Matthew, I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for dropping by. AJ, where do you want to start with this? Hey, Aiden, I'm so glad to see you here. I haven't either. But I did have some documents that I wanted to talk to y'all about too, about that AJ had sent me, that talks about what the requirements are. I even have a video from the DNR that shows, exactly what their training entails, because I thought that would be something that we could look at. I wanted to see what the requirements are. And those, I did see those documents. That was in something that AJ sent me, and it actually outlines everything that is, what's required of them, their training, etc. And I feel like that's extremely important to know, because it doesn't add up why somebody would not be able to do their job if they supposedly had this type of training. You know what I'm saying? Hannah says, just say I'm old and lazy and want to retire. Here, Sled, do this. I don't want to. I think it would have been a little bit easier. Listen, if you couldn't get divers down there, you could have just let Brad dive and you could have just oversaw it. If you're a diver yourself, you could have went down there. I just hate excuses. I'm just not good with that, because if it had been my kid down there. Brad says, no, the DNR will not get back to me. The next step is speaking to a lawyer. Well, Brad, we're here to support you. And I'm sorry that it's come to this, but we do appreciate you standing up for the truth, because the truth matters.
Hit their Twitter and Facebook. That's what I told people in the group today. I'm so fed up with them.
It's just not right. It's not right the way that this has taken a wrong turn. And we just have to do the right thing. Well, Kat, I can't disagree with you at this point. I kind of feel like he tossed it, but I can't speak on that because I don't have the information. But Ronnie Floyd, if you're listening to this live stream, you're welcome to come on panel. I don't know that. I'm hoping that if he had all of these phone records on Tyler, I'm hoping that means he has the same phone records on Christian. He's just not giving them up. Because I'd like to think that he does actually know how to do his job. It's just he didn't want to tell anybody that he had it.
He don't. He don't.
Oh, Lord.
Uh-uh.
Help us.
You know how I know he don't?
He don't. You're saying that he don't have Christian's records?
He don't know how to do it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Because
I think
read his report. He specifically said, I had Gray ping his phone and do whatever it is he does with that aspect. That tells me right there, he don't know anything. And I'm not so sure, to be honest with you, Dutchess, of how he would have gotten these records. Because right before I came on, and what caused me to be even more late, is I double checked the information, and he has to have a subpoena, which he didn't file for one. So I want to know how he got these records. And how did he get them on February 6th? Google it. Anybody right now, please go to Google and ask how long does it take to get records from AT&T that law enforcement subpoenas. I guarantee you're not going to see nothing less than 6 weeks. Guaranteed.
interesting.
So how did he get them?
I don't know. Maybe he's got an inside source.
At AT&T?
I don't know.
I mean,
nothing shocks me anymore. Like, who knows?
And if that's the case, why did he sit on them? And then it's also hitting me. Do you guys remember the phone call between him and Miss Linda when Miss Linda asked him about Lakeland giving him a screenshot of the phone records? And he said, basically, yeah, that she had given him a screenshot and that he didn't think why didn't he tell her right then that he had Tyler's real records? Because that was last month.
Exactly.
He got them in February.
When I saw the date on there, and then I talked to you, and you told me that was, oh my gosh. I really felt my blood pressure go up because he could have given those records to them at that time, and they didn't. Make that make sense. It doesn't. Why would you not just be transparent with the family? They just want answers. They just want to know exactly what happened that day. There's no reason to keep anything from the family if you don't think anything nefarious happened.
Do y'all remember Miss Linda breaking down during that conversation?
We can play it again if I need to remind people if they don't remember.
She said, I am begging you. She used the words begging. Do you know how hard that is for a grown, strong, independent woman like Miss Linda who runs her own? I mean, any woman. She told this man, I am begging you. I hope that we built some type of trust. I was sitting in your car several times. I'm begging you, get the phone records. He could have said it right then. He enjoyed that shit. Excuse my French, but he enjoyed her doing that. And I have no respect for him. I don't care who goes to his Facebook, who does any of that anymore. I don't care. He could have ended it right then. Right then. And he didn't.
It's just disgusting.
It's a
and
disgrace.
I've got the phone call pulled up, so
Yeah, can we please play that? I want people that haven't heard it to hear. Not that I want people to hear Miss Linda breaking, but I want them to feel how serious it really is, Dutchess. Because he could have ended that part of that pain right then, and he didn't.
And we're talking about 100 pages of like detailed, intimate phone data that has never been seen before. of Tyler's, and he's had this since February the 6th.
Yeah,
Y'all don't
yeah,
forget to go over
February
there and
6th.
smash the like button, share this out to get Tyler's name out there, and we're going to go over here and listen to this phone call. All right, I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you, Dutchess.
Can y'all see that?
I can.
Okay. I got to get over here on my phone because I can't see the chat when I'm sharing my screen. So this says Detective Ronnie Floyd, who gave him a badge. This is the lead detective assigned to Tyler Doyle's case. Listen to his conversation with the family. Press play on the video to the left.
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Ronnie. Hey, this is Linda. I'm sorry. I was right in the middle of the bank trying to deal with a debit card issue.
But I'm sorry it took me a while to call you back. I'm in the middle of another kidney stone. I was like, great. Hey,
Dang, whatever you're doing, you need to quit.
I know.
There's a few things I need to ask you. We had talked to the lady, that Catherine Pope, and she said that we would have to go through you to see that the DNA got to her. Do you remember what she was talking about, Tyler's DNA? So we're gonna have to get it through Brian and Michelle, and they do it.
Right.
And she said it would come through you sending it to her. She's the one that said name us.
Okay.
Her name's Catherine Pope.
I just want to say that if you work in law enforcement and you cover missing persons cases, and even if you cover missing person cases and you're not in law enforcement, you're going to know who Namus is. And I definitely know who Catherine Pope is. And the fact that you don't, Ronnie, I just don't even understand that shit. I digress.
Well, I just want to say, I wish I could give him a quarter for every time he says "huh" instead of my nephew for every time I do a curse word, because I'd still have money.
Okay. I may have it in some of my stuff now, but I am not sure at this point.
Was she called you back? I think she said in March.
Yeah, I know we spoke and everything. So let's see what's let's see.
I'm gonna look and see if I can find it too.
Well, I don't know if I have her written down.
I have it right here. Just hang on one second. I'll give it to you. Let me get it off my phone. It's you got a pen? You tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. And what was her name again?
Her name's Catherine P.E.
That's right. Catherine Pope. Okay.
Mhm. Her number's
All right, go ahead.
Her number's 817-879-9357.
9357.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, so the DNA y'all have, what is it, just hair or something like that?
I don't know. She said for you to call her. She'd tell you what she needed, and she was going to get that. She needed off of both parents.
Okay. All right. Well, I will.
So he's having to ask the family, which I consider the victim, on how to do his job. This is a shame.
Say that again, AJ.
I'm sorry, but I just want to know, because I say victim because I consider the family a victim. Like, when did the roles reverse? Help me understand this, Dutchess. When did we ask the victims for information that we get paid to have?
I know. I can't help but laugh, y'all. If I have to laugh to keep from crying.
Punch something.
I have to laugh to keep from crying or punching my pillow, because that's where I am with all of this, because it doesn't even make sense. Let's go over here. I see Brad over here in the chat saying something. Yeah, exactly, Brooke. Why is Miss Linda doing Ronnie's? He told her she had to keep a list of every person that went into the water to search for Tyler. That's what he's supposed to be doing, not her.
She had to give this man a phone number, and then he had the audacity to say, "Oh, it or something." You idiot!
See, Brad, I'm telling you, make it make sense. I don't know, Michelle. I don't know. All right, let's get back over here. It's just every time I hear this, I just feel cringy.
No,
Anyway,
she said that would be on your end since you were the lead investigator. You'd have to get that to her. Yeah.
okay. All right.
Investigative.
And there's another thing that I need to ask you about too. So since we've talked, since all this, everything's gone down, I don't know if you've kept up with anything, but Lakeland has already moved out of the house and moved on.
Yeah, I did hear that recently.
Yeah,
Somebody
she's
tell me how you heard
that
that.
was there within the second day of hunting Tyler.
Is he just kicking back at bonfires and stuff and talking about the Doyle family, or what?
It's what it seems like. It's
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, you probably did because you're too damn busy being up in everybody else's business except for being in the business that you should be in. It's worse than a damn female. Oh,
Tyler,
Right.
she's already moved on with him, and the baby's been moved on, and she took a lot of things that was possession of ours, that was Tyler's, that we had, like Tyler grew up with, which was possessions of Brian's,
Right.
and it was guns, and which we were supposed to get those back today. In fact, the officer that was returning them wound up in the hospital with pneumonia.
Okay.
Yeah, and anyway, there's just a few things that's taken place that we're just really concerned with, and that's her behavior late in the last 3 months
Right.
is just really kind of crazy. This boy showing up like on the first day Tyler's gone, and then all of a sudden she's with him, and I don't know. They're just, me, I was not that suspicious person in the beginning. I guess because I was real crazy.
he just sounds lackadaisical.
he
Right.
I'm not trying to be funny. He sounds like he's hot.
Right. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like
He's
he
smoking
gives
something
a
besides
shit.
hookah.
It's about to tear my nerves up. Look, I didn't see somebody in the chat said their blood pressure's going up. I feel you.
Brooke Page, I think he's on something.
Right.
Yeah.
God. That makes me think of my papa. Because he's a Southern man, and when he's not really listening to what you're saying, he's just responding but he's not really listening.
You know what? That you just reminded me. My papa used to do that when he would watch wrestling, and that was his way of really getting me to go on and shut up.
Pretty much. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you know where I'm coming from. He's just like, you're over there telling this story and he's watching TV and he's going, yep, right. That's what my papa used to do to me. I'm telling you. That's how I take it. Like, that's so disrespectful.
Crazy over the fact Tyler was just gone, and we were going crazy trying to go through that. But now I'm watching this behavior, and I tell you, I just don't understand some things.
Right.
And also, there's another thing I want to ask you. Do you know this Davis Pander? Did you ever do any talking to him?
Naming some of my stuff.
Well,
Wait a minute. Wait. Listen, I wasn't
Sorry,
even
you
directly
guys.
involved with investigating this case, and I can tell you more about this case than you can. Why is that?
That is a dang shame. It may be in some of my stuff. Do y'all realize that she asked him, "Do you remember talking to him?" And he responded, "Maybe in some of my stuff." Make that answer make sense.
I got to get over here because I got to be able to share my screen because I can't come over here to put Camshaft's comment up. He knows damn well who he is.
Exactly, but that's not even an answer you would give. It would be yes or no, or I think I do, not maybe. So what, Davis Penders and some of his stuff? She said, "Do you remember talking to him?"
I agree, Donna. You know he knows these names. Stop, quit that mess.
He is the only one that talked to Pander besides after the fact.
I know, Elizabeth. I know. Exactly. If there's one thing we can't agree on, it's about him. We may not all agree about everything else. We can agree on that.
Wait,
I tell you what,
you know
it's a
what, Michelle?
mess.
That's probably the best comment I've seen yet. Go back through your stuff and find that SD card. That's what we want. We're gonna keep getting caught up in all these parts. We should probably just fast forward it because we're gonna be here all night on this phone call. I can't stand
That's
this
how
man.
Pawpaw sounded, Brooke. Like he's watching paint dry. Yeah. Right. That's right, Allie. Yeah, pretty much. So that's how it is. I'm telling y'all. If you think locals hadn't been talking about this case since A1 day one, you're wrong. Because I get all kinds of messages from locals. Okay. All kinds. Yeah. Even people that know a lot of different people. It's very interesting to say the least. But they don't want their names brought into it because, see, they're also considered outsiders on looking in because they know that something is up and they've known it. They've known it. That something was wrong from the get-go. Like, none of this makes sense. So, how much further can I go before it's going to get brutal?
You can fast forward a little bit.
Well, this dude, now listen to this.
He's about to talk a whole bunch about Panda.
The water was really crazy.
Do you want to play this part or you may go forward?
We can go forward.
How far do you want me to go?
So after Panda. So just a couple, like maybe a minute.
All right, let's see where I'm at now. This thing is a little more difficult to move than I expected it to.
And he said that he told that he's in a flipping kayak out there duck hunting.
Oh, he's still on that.
He told you that he was in a kayak duck hunting. Is that correct?
Here, and he launched his kayak paddle.
Oh, there it is.
I told you I wasn't crazy. I told you. See, you shouldn't even let me hear that part. Oh my God. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Wait a minute. This
I mean,
guy
maybe I am, but
a kayak and he lost his paddle, but
he
going to go out
loses his paddle as he's in a kayak in the same water that is rough enough that a 23-foot boat could not go any further to look for Tyler. Make it make sense.
Loses his kayak paddle, but he's going out there to look for Tyler. How do you, can I ask you a question, AJ? How does one hear the rescue boat coming in to rescue Tyler if you're sitting in a kayak up in Bonaparte Creek, which is on the intercoastal part in Calabash going towards Sunset Beach? Because the rescue boat didn't come
Wait,
from
wait,
that
wait,
way.
wait, back up. What did you just say? In what bash?
In Calabash. Like Brian and I drove out to the
That
very
is
end of Beach
weird.
Drive, and
Wait a minute.
where it dead ends, you can see Bonaparte Creek right across the
Whoa,
waterway.
whoa,
We
whoa, whoa,
flew the
whoa.
drone out there.
Are you serious right now, Dutchess?
Yeah. Yes, that's where you put your
You know
kayak
why
in, right
you
there.
know why you just made me literally, like, I don't even know how to put it. Because that is the first point of entry that shows up in North Carolina for Tyler's freaking location. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
Wait,
I'm gonna,
wait. What? Okay,
I'm gonna
hold
take it back.
up.
I'm gonna back my mind up a little bit because I
Look,
don't want to
Spirited
just.
Journey knows look, you sure can, Duchess. I tell you, because I've been out there.
Okay,
We used to
well,
live in Calabash on Beach Drive, right there. So I definitely know. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten that waterway myself. I mean, so that's the first place I said, this is where we need to go. I want you to fly the drone over Bonaparte Creek. And then, but he only ended up flying it for a few minutes, and I don't know, something was going on with it. And then we never went back out after that. And so,
I'm making a sticky note to
but
address.
you can see Bonaparte Creek. You can see the opening right there because you're really not supposed to park down there, and they've closed off that you can put your kayak in down there because I guess they was having some people hanging out down, who knows. But you can see Bonaparte Creek because that's where I told him that we needed to fly the drones. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, more than you know.
So,
I think it's like right after this.
okay.
So he's in a kayak. He cannot, he's not traveling anywhere fast to rescue anybody. So
No
when
kidding.
he called Tyler that day, hey, how you doing? He must have called him right there at the last when Tyler was desperate. And he told me, he said, I'll be honest, I don't know if I hung up on him or he hung up on me, but he said, let's see, I actually have the notes right here. He said, I called Tyler to see what he was doing with hunting. And Tyler said, I'm sinking, call Coast Guard. He said the whole phone call on him lasts like 18 seconds on his phone. And I think that was the same thing on Tyler's phone. And I think if I recall.
Whoa. Pause that. Please. Sorry, I don't mean to be
No, it's
bossy.
okay.
Did anybody else just catch on to what the hell this man just said? Because now I just got pissed off.
Let's go take it back.
Dutchess, did you hear what he just said?
I'm gonna have to go back and play that last. Can I get it back to that? Let me hear this.
Phone call on him lasts like 18 seconds on his phone. And I think that was the same thing on Tyler's phone. And I think
Really? Because Tyler's phone is AT&T, people, and it rounds up. So the only way he can say he thinks that he knows that that's the same thing on Tyler's phone is if he already had the damn records that he gave to Miss Linda on Monday, proving what we just said. Because AT&T will show everything 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute. There ain't no damn second. And that is exactly what shows on the records he just gave. This man is just, oh my God. And another thing is, how did Ronnie Floyd even know how to get in contact with this man? Because Ronnie Floyd wasn't assigned to the case until 10 o'clock that night. So what? Davis Pander just up and called Ronnie Floyd with his history? I don't think he's going to be too quick to want to reach out to a cop. Do you, Dutchess?
No.
I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Mr. Pander, but I'm calling it like I see it. So how did anybody even know for them to give that statement?
That's a good question. I just saw Brad in the chat on my phone. He said, so unfortunately, I do not have a copy of the SD card. I truly never thought he would have not turned it over. I'm truly sorry for not doing so. I would have never thought we could not trust DNR.
I wouldn't have
Brad,
either, Brad. I wouldn't have either. And that's
it's
not on you. You were given an order
not
and
your
you have
fault.
a business to protect. I want to know how he knew about Pandora to even reach out to him. That's what I want to know.
Because didn't Ronnie Floyd say something like Davis Pender tried to call Coast Guard, or
He sure
that?
the hell did say that, and I know that's a damn lie too.
Well, yeah, because it's not in the Coast Guard records. You and I both went through 57 pages. I even went back over it
Let
after
me
you
tell
and I
y'all what
talked
is
about it.
in the Coast Guard records for those that wasn't there on the live last time. The calls that came in before Tyler's call even shows on the Coast Guard record that I have, because they did not want to omit anything.
Right.
So if somebody else's call will show up on the record because they don't want to redact anything, why the hell would Pander's not?
That didn't make any sense. Just like it
None
doesn't
of
make
this
any
makes any
sense
sense.
why, if the boater,
Called
if he
through
would have,
VX16.
if he had called on channel 16 to the Coast Guard, why wasn't that included in the report either?
Well, let me ask you something, Dutchess. Have you ever in your life, dealing, maybe not even with Coast Guard, dealing with any authority, called in or know of anybody that's ever called in and that authority figure tell you to go back and check on the person that you're calling in for? Yeah, no. Coast Guard is not going to tell Barry Hayes, oh, go back over there and check on Christian. Because if you remember, that was all after he supposedly went out looking for Christian and it was so rough he had to come back. So why would Coast Guard make you risk yourself like that? Yeah, because they didn't.
It just seems like, I mean, as well documented as their FOIA information was, I can't see them redacting that.
They
And
had
if
the
they,
count of family members that showed up for the Coast Guard meeting when they were telling them to call off the search. They had the direct count of how many people walked in that building to get that announcement. Yeah, they didn't
yes,
leave that out.
it's not your fault, Brad. Hey, Shay, thank you for being here. She says it's not on you, Brad. We love you. We're going to get the answers, and we're just going to press forward together. And that's what we're doing, hoping we're going to get some answers. And hopefully all the right people that need to be watching this live stream to get the information that we have procured that matters. There's still information that is needed.
Oh
And
yeah, and
hopefully,
that's another reason why I wanted you to play this call. Why I want them to hear the tone of Miss Linda's voice and her breaking, because one of the answers I'm going to give everybody tonight, and your mind is going to be like, "What in the hell?"
I've got to do something. I've got to get, probably getting those waders off or whatever and all. But so when I found out he was in a kayak, that explained it. Well, he then said he called a guy that owns a boat down in Cricket Cove. He was going, he shot his truck as fast as he could. Was trying to get a hold of the guy that owned the boat down there. He's going to try to run out there to
He
Tyler.
shot to his truck as fast as he could, but I thought he lost his damn kayak paddle.
yeah, how do you shoot to your truck as fast as you can and you ain't even got your paddle to your boat? And because he was in his boat, isn't that what
He
the
was in
report
the kayak. Absolutely, yes, he was.
said? Stop it.
A fellow with Cito, and he actually said his name to go, and I think he found out they were already en route or something like that and stuff and all, but that's what he told me.
Okay, I think he found out Cito was already en route. Well, then let's take it back and find out why in the hell he put in an official report, his own report, that is considered a legal document. He put in there, he heard the rescue boat going out and figured all was going to be okay. Make up your damn mind, Floyd. Was it the rescue boat? Was it Cito? Which one was it? He can't even keep his own damn story straight.
Yeah, because the rescue boat would not have been coming from Calabash. And the only way that Davis Pandur being in the Bonaparte Creek, the only boat he could have heard coming past would have been Cito, which, by the way, they were out at the boat landing today. And I was trying to figure out who that was that had the boat out there. It was strange to see them bring the boat and put it on the trailer and drive it off from up here, because that they're up in Ocean Isle Beach. I don't know why they had it down here in Little River at my boat landing, but I thought that was interesting today. I took a picture of them out there. So you need me to turn it up some more, Christina? Okay, let me see if I can adjust my volume. I'll try to mute out. I think that'll help the sound if we mute out while we're playing it. Let me get over here and I'll mute myself.
That's where a little bit of misunderstanding. Why didn't he try to go help Tyler and stuff? No, he was out there in a boat, but he was in a kayak. That's why he was in no way to respond or anything like that.
Yeah, well, there's a girl that we know, and she is friends with his parents, and I guess he was telling them that was all a made up story, that he wasn't even out there, that he was at home. And that's what threw us off. I mean, like he said, that whole story with the kayak was a made up story. So that's what they said. That's what he's told that was all a made up story. That's why everything.
This investigation should have got Pandura's records too.
Was off.
I don't see why he would have made all that up. I mean, it doesn't make sense why he would have made all that up.
Yeah, well, it's crazy because we got text messages where he was saying that was all a made up stuff, and that was some of the craziness. It was like, well, then if you're lying about that, what else are you lying about?
Right.
I think you paused it, Dutchess. I don't hear anything either.
I forgot I was muted. Sorry. I just think that it's really bizarre because he actually said that Tyler went out there and got himself killed. And I thought that was a weird thing to say. Like, why would you say that? You think that's what he went out there knowing that was going to happen? I mean, what? I just thought that was extremely bizarre for your friend to say something like that. Like, but he's out on the water himself in a kayak? Like, why would you say that? It's very disturbing. And why can't, like, and of course, he also said he got death threats. So I mean, why is anybody threatening people's lives involved in this case? I'll never understand it. Nobody should be threatening anybody. So why would somebody threaten Davis Pandur? That doesn't even make sense to me. I found that statement very odd, and I don't know how to make heads or tails of that, but I did want to make sure that I said that part because I don't know. Has other people been getting death threats? Like, have I mean, I don't know. But that was something he made very clear. And that's why he was like, I guess, so defensive in that conversation. That was his reasoning. I was like, there is no reason to ever attack somebody in my family because we're fixing to have a problem. I don't know. It's just okay. I just had to say that.
I don't buy that. Matter of fact, he even told me the name of a guy I think he was hunting with.
What was the guy hunting in that same kayak?
No, I think they had two kayaks. He
Okay.
told me that he and his buddy launched two kayaks on. And I actually asked, little questions about that too.
Yeah.
It sounded like they could drive in through North Carolina and get close to the ICW there and paddle across.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of I don't know why he would have. I mean, he knew about a captain in Cricket Cove. He said he called Chris Owens with Cito. I just don't know that I see.
Chris Owens? What did you say his name was? He called.
Oh my gosh. It was Chris Tucker. Right?
Yeah, it was Chris Tucker.
Where did he get that at? Who's Chris Owens?
I don't know.
I can't.
Chris Owens with Cito.
Okay.
So I just don't see why that would be made up.
Okay. Well, there's just I tell you what, that I feel like I would feel better about if I knew there was some interaction going on with Lakeland and this boy prior to this going on with Tyler. And I guess the only way we would know that is if the phone records proved that this boy was contacting Lakeland prior to this. Because I mean, you know me, I was never one of them that done no suspicion stuff in the front, and you'll be the first one to say that because I never did. But this behavior that's going on right now is just mind blowing to me. I mean, mind blowing.
Well,
and if you don't, I mean, if nothing else, I mean, if you had Tyler's phone records, I don't know. I mean, listen, she's getting rid of everything that Tyler had.
Wait, what did she just say? Let's repeat that. What did she just say? If you had Tyler's phone records, I'd feel better. Now, remember, in the beginning of this conversation, she talked about Lakeland's behavior for the last 3 months. That means 3 months after Tyler went missing. That means the end of January to the end of February to the end of March to the end of April. She'd already moved out. She moved out in June, so it was actually longer than that. So if this lady is telling this man that she would feel better if he had Tyler's phone records, but yet he has them and don't say shit. And I try not to curse on you. I try not to curse on here, Dutchess, but I'm telling you, this man, oh my God. Somebody get me a couple of horses and some rope. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, there's just I tell you what, that I feel like I would feel better about if I knew there was some interaction going on with Lakeland and this boy prior to this going on with Tyler. And I guess the only way we would know that is if the phone records prove that this boy was contacting Lakeland prior to this. Because I mean, you know me, I was never one of them that done no suspicion stuff in the front, and you'll be the first one to say that because I never did. But this behavior that's going on right now is just mind blowing to me. I mean, mind blowing.
Well, I swear.
And if you don't, I mean, if nothing else, I mean, if you had Tyler's phone records, I don't know. I mean, listen, she's
Right there. And he had them. I hope somebody sends this live stream clip to your superior, Ronnie Floyd.
she's getting rid of everything that Tyler had, or she thought she was until the law stopped her. His clothes, his shoes, even his duck mounts. She's took the duck mounts off the walls and everything.
Right. Well, I know for a lot of people, you know, that's strange and everything too, but I would look at her age too, and brand new mama and everything else.
Get out of here with that. Do you think that everybody that's a brand new mama at that age acts that way? Because I didn't. Okay? Get yourself together.
All the emotions and everything. I don't know. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to do that type of stuff. That a lot of people cook very differently, and I think her age being so young is definitely going.
Y'all, I'm about to be fed up with this right now.
Almost there. Like literally the next couple seconds.
It's going to be a factor and all that. You know, she may not want a reminder every single day of, you know, this.
Trust me. She told me that she didn't want to sleep in the bed that they sleep in, but yet she took that bed with her, and that's the bed she's sleeping in. So no, yeah, that's kind of bull crap. And listen, I understand that life is going to go on for a lot of people, and especially her. But when you talking about a week or two, no, something's just not right in this picture. But nevertheless, I just want to make sure that we get the DNA over to this lady. And if there's any additional help that we can reach out and get that you can think of, that you think that we can, or you can pass on to somebody that can reach out and help us. I mean, we're just, Ronnie, you got to understand where we're coming from. We are a family that is just torn all to pieces.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean,
and this is a daily battle. Did you know that 2 nights ago that Brian got a message that Tyler was found in the woods of North Carolina? That tore that young and all 2 pieces, and him and Shay called the North Carolina police to get and they told her that it was all a hoax, that he promised her that if anything come up with Tyler, that they would contact her and Brian first, and they would be told, but it was all a hoax. But that you don't realize how cruel that is.
Well, I know Shay got mad at me a while back because some girl, I was out.
Shay should have slapped your ass.
And some girl had made a comment on y'all's little prayer thing on Facebook and all that said her brother had been playing with Tyler.
Yeah.
Or some this and that and all. And I was like, Shay, you know doggone well that girl's lying.
Well,
I said if she knew where he was, there'd be 1,000 pictures on there. And if you thought he was in Hartsville, you'd be in Hartsville right now yourself.
And here's the thing, though. This girl even said that she told Sherry said, "You do know I'm going to turn this over to Ronnie Floyd, right?" She's like, "Yeah, it's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm not lying. This is truth."
Well, she was scared to death when I actually talked to her fiance, I think, but I think she was terrified and stuff. And I did I said, this is not funny. This is not something you just throw out there and walk off. You can't expect to do something like that. That was just flat out cruel. I said to say something like that and all, but that's where I'd say with y'all, y'all don't need to listen to anything unless it comes through law enforcement or something like that. Because like I said, there are some cruel people out there. I talked to some of the nuts in relation to this thing that saw stuff and swear by it, and they're a private investigator on in their dreams and stuff like that and all. And
Let me tell you something. My dreams and AJ's dreams and our hard work
I don't dream,
have gotten
so
a whole lot more information in this investigation than anything you've done in this damn case.
I take that back. I do dream. Because I had a dream that I had an old Nokia phone in my hand and I was on the water in a boat. And there was a light behind me. And when I looked down at the phone, they were telling me why they were going to let me die. And when I looked down at the phone, at the end of it, it said 27 minutes. And I woke up and I called Shay. I was sweating. I was crying. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Ask her. I was all upset. Because I had this, y'all know, I already said it a million times. I'm not sticking my big toe in the ocean. Not going to happen. But I was standing on a boat. It wasn't even a boat. It was a big board that you stand on with like a pole thing. And then I had one of the old little tiny Nokia phones. They were telling me why they weren't going to save me. And then at the end of the call, I looked down and it said 27 minutes. Yeah, no.
Oh.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. But other than that, I don't really dream. So I don't know what he's talking about. And I ain't never claimed to be no private investigator.
Me either. I just cover missing cases.
I just cover bullshit like him.
Exactly.
And call it out because he's ridiculous.
And when you work together, it looks like we've uncovered quite a lot.
Yeah, you think? I mean, I can even tell you what really kind of DNA they get, and it's not hair. Like, the man's a joke. Damn Barney Fife leprechaun.
I can't.
I'm sorry, but he is.
Famous for anything, any reason, or whatever, and try to poke their nose in something.
Yeah, and since the week today, I think it was like
we're poking our nose in because things were not done. You're not the only investigator in the whole world or somebody that has a background in criminal justice or criminology or in some type of forensic investigating or that's worked in law enforcement or that's worked in, I have so many people in my chats that are subscribers in my Discord. They've done all kinds of things. But go ahead, Ronnie.
a week before the last day you went out, you and Mr. Glennie went out. The car that Tyler had that had bought Lakeland from a wreck, it's gone. We have no idea where it is, and it's in his name. It ain't even in her name. And we don't even know where that car is at. That car is vanished, and she went and got her Cherokee a Jeep Cherokee, and that car, she doesn't include where that car could possibly be. I mean, or his truck, but now we ain't worried about the truck because I'm sitting here with the paperwork right in my hand where I paid for that truck. And I'm turning that over to an attorney, so that's going to get handled.
And I have the messages where Tyler even tells him, he says, Nana, he says, he asked her, Nana, can I be a couple, I think he said weeks, days or weeks, don't quote me on that part, late on the rent because I guess Lakeland had been out of work for a few days. And he said, and I gave Papa that money, the truck payment this morning. So she's set when she goes to court for that truck. And that ain't the only message where he mentions it. And that's an HTML file, so can't nobody deny that one.
You're right.
Vehicle's in his name. She could have probably sold it. Ain't nothing to
You a damn lie.
Okay.
South Carolina ain't no damn community
Listen.
property law. Somebody better tell this man the damn law. He
He
ain't
is the
Washington.
law, and he doesn't know
Well,
about probate. He doesn't know that if you're married and something happens to you, it still has to go through probate.
Let me tell y'all something. Me and my husband got into it one night, and the police came out, and you know they told him is she can set that damn car on fire, and you can't touch her as long as she don't claim it on the insurance, because Washington State was a community property state. However, South Carolina is not. Anything before that marriage ain't got shit to do with her. Why she taking GoFundMe and going and buying new cars and shit? Oh Lord. Yeah, by the way, all y'all that make donations, that's where y'all money went. Just so you know.
Well, no, she can't because it ain't in her name. It's only in his name. You have to go to probate. She can't sign.
She'd have to go to probate though,
Yeah, and guess what? She can't go to probate because he is considered missing, and that's where he's going to stay until that time frame is over. Those years are up.
Well, y'all may need to list that vehicle. Well, Lord, I don't even know what you could do with that because it's in his name.
Well, see, I have all the paperwork where I paid for the truck, everything. The only reason we put it in Tyler's truck name when he was 19 is because me and Ricky have properties, and we didn't want to stand a chance if he wrecked us getting sued. But I have all that paperwork sitting right in front of me. But anyway,
and possession is 9/10 of the law, and Miss Linda holds the title to that truck. For anybody that's listening that wants to run tell Lakeland, because I'm sure that's a freaking fraction that Mr. Floyd might be able to explain to her. Possession is 9/10 of the law, and the title to that truck is sitting in Miss Linda's hand as we speak. So miss me with that bullshit too.
Amen.
See that for further assistance, so we don't have to hound you to death about some information. If this situation got turned over to like an Horry County Police detective for just to help us out, like for things that I wouldn't have to bother you with, would that be a possibility?
I think not. Just simply.
I think not.
He knew how to word that shit fast, huh? Ooh. I don't know, you guys. I ain't never met Miss Linda a day in my life. And Shay, I love you dearly, but there's something about that woman, and it makes me so angry and puts me in a whole different mood when I hear how this man responds to her. It freaking eats me up.
I know. The first time I heard this video, I literally cried. Because when I hear her crying, it tears me up. And it makes me angry.
Because it's our case and the county police.
And when Shay cries, it makes me angry.
It's kind of hard to have two cooks in the kitchen, I believe is kind of why. And
but so then you don't have a problem with me trying to reach out to you every time that I have an issue?
No.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine.
I mean, I hope me and you've got a rapport enough that we can talk to each other and I can express how I feel. Because I sat in that truck with you a million times. And I shared my feelings.
I think about y'all constantly. And like I said, everybody I talk to, that's one of the first things we always say. I said, I can't imagine you don't have closure.
No.
That's just, it's just,
it's a lot.
In my heart of hearts, I know where he's at. You, in your heart of hearts, know where he's at, but you still got to have.
If his heart is anything close to the amount of common sense he has, we're screwed.
He just wants them to accept what he's already accepted so it can be done.
And I want to punch him in the face.
That is unfair. You know, and because I know, so you know, that's gaslighting.
Dutchess, how old is Miss Linda? Yeah, roundabout.
I mean, I think she's in her 60s.
So
Shay's in chat. Shay can tell you. Or she was. I think she's in her 60s, though, because she's younger than my mama.
I want to punch him in the face. Thank you, Shay. So here we have this woman. She's 64 years old. She's raised her kids, Dutchess. She didn't have, there's no law that says you got to raise your grandkids. She did it to give them a better life. She's watched these kids grow up into young men. And then this mother has the audacity to tell her, oh, in your heart, you know where he's at. Get the Jesus Christ, somebody.
Oh, I know.
I'm done with this call. Y'all heard the breakdown. I should have never. I don't even know why I suggested this, but I just wanted people that didn't know the emotion to hear the emotion. But I'm really about to flip out, so I'm just gonna be done. Yeah.
Aiden, I did get your message, and wow. I know Miss Linda, she looks so young. She's beautiful. She is. I hope I look that good when I'm her age.
Me too.
Aiden, do you want me to read this message? I'm just curious. Because if you do, I will share it. I'm watching the chat on my phone because I can't see
I
it.
just seen somebody say about him saying that he can't imagine not having closure, and they said, yeah, he's responsible. You're right, he is responsible. But he's too busy posting pictures of himself on Facebook talking about, what did he say? Aren't I cute or some shit like that? Grow up. Do your job. How about that?
Aiden, did you want me to read that message that you sent me? Will you let me know in the chat?
You know what's funny to me, Dutchess?
Yeah. What?
So Lakeland and Tyler share the same phone account. You realize that, right? Did you notice that all of Lakeland's information and data was removed from that account before those records were given? Yeah. Kind of weird, ain't it?
Yes, Camshaft, I did get the email about the waiters video, and I have planned on playing it, but then all of this happened after I set up this live stream, so that's why we haven't got to it yet. But yeah, I do plan on playing that. Aiden says that I can share it. He doesn't care. Aiden sent me this very interesting message, and I just wanted to share it real quick before we finish this little section right here. He says, when we were at the boat landing, a woman came up to Lakeland's car and told her that Saturday or Sunday she needed to cash the GoFundMe out so she can get it. So it was more so like they were worried about the money more than Tyler. I sat and watched her try to close it out and withdraw the money while we had just finished searching for him. That was her top priority.
I am going to scream. I am about to. Are you freaking kidding me, dude?
Aiden, I am so sorry.
Who the?
Aiden, I am so sorry.
I swear to God,
you
I am
had
going
to
to
watch
start. I am too, but you know what? Anybody here that donated to that GoFundMe should go to their credit card company and file a damn chargeback. And I am being dead serious. Call it petty, call it what you want. But that money was not used for what it was supposed to be in the first place. File a chargeback. Make her account go negative because that is BS.
That's your wife that sent it to me, Camshaft? Aw. Well, I told her that I appreciated it. It's a good video, and we're definitely going to watch it. Aiden, I'm sorry, too. Like,
I can't even imagine what he had to have been feeling sitting there. Like his best friend. We're out, we just got done searching for him, and you're sitting here trying to withdraw the money that you've made off other people searching for him, because she didn't go out but on one time on a boat. And that was the boat that Dylan Johnson was on.
Mm-hmm. I know Shay is angry. Because we've had many discussions about
Oh
the
yeah, I
GoFundMe and all of
got
that.
a text message where she sent it to a group of people asking about if they were going to do a baby shower. Yep, she sure did. And do you know what she said? Because this is in the middle of the search for time. Matter of fact, it wasn't in the middle. She said, I just think that we should do it soon so I can have everything prepared for the baby. Now, don't get me wrong. I am in no way knocking her wanting to be prepared for the baby. But, girlfriend, you just took in $30,000 from a bunch of strangers that when the news channel called you and asked you if you wanted to say thank you, your response was no. So, miss me with that. But you're worried about a baby shower and you're worried about a GoFundMe.
Exactly. Brad says, what I never ever seen Lakeland ever down at the boat ramp, I had to call her to give her updates. She never called once for an update.
Yeah, that's okay. She never called him or texted his phone either from the time she found out.
Yeah, that's strange to me. Shay says she stole a truck my parents paid for and bought herself a newer car. Let's not get started on the baby showers. I'm so sorry, Aiden. I know, sis. I'm so sorry. I know you are.
It's disgusting. It's literally. And then I think about how many times people came in and said, "Oh, not even just not too long ago." Do you remember that, Dutchess? Somebody posted, "Oh, well, how are y'all going to feel if you find out Lakeland had nothing to do with it?" I don't give a shit if she had anything to do with it. I just don't like the damn girl. I have no respect for her at all, and I feel sorry for that baby.
Yeah. That's who I'm worried about is the baby. She's an adult. There's nothing, I don't know what to do for her, but that baby is helpless. And I just want the baby to be okay. You know?
This is another prime example that this family would have been better with that baby, because we all know how this is going to play out. And it won't even be on purpose. She might try to be the best mom she can be. I'm not going to knock her on that. I don't think any mom should be knocked if they're tried. But let's face it, you're how many months pregnant? Your husband is missing and you're getting a massage. Do not get me started.
It was a lot. I was trying to just give her some grace. I didn't understand any of it. To be fair and honest, it's not how in my mind that I would react in that situation personally. But I try to give people
There was
grace.
people in the
But
debunk
then the
group when this
flags,
all started.
there was like the red flags, the orange flags, the yellow flags, like,
Right?
I mean,
That were talking shit about her baby registry, to where I literally went and did a rundown on the baby registry website, which is something you ain't supposed to do when you it's called scaling or scraping, however people call it different things, just so I could stick up for this girl and prove that half of that stuff was already on her registry. And some of it I had to lie about just because I felt like people was being too damn hard on her. And the bottom line is she was doing crazy, unethical shit from the beginning.
I know.
And I took up for her. Ridiculous.
It's definitely been tough on this family, and it just seems like this family continues to.
Miss Linda handmade her wedding decorations, Dutchess. Handmade them. That's not
Well,
even her money.
I know that. I think Shay helped buy a lot of stuff too, like
Down to her ring.
her ring. Yeah. So, I don't know what she's complaining about.
Let me go ahead and let my daughter know. Don't get no ideas, because my hands cramp up. Yeah, I'm not doing that. So, you better call Miss Linda. Because I'm not doing that.
Aiden says, It isn't the fact that she did or didn't have anything to do with this, or it's the fact that Tyler loved her so much and would have never done anything like this.
Say it
Yeah,
again
he
for the
would.
people in the back, because he sure wouldn't have.
That is exactly right, Aiden. And thank you for being here to stand by your friend in this family, because the truth matters. I don't think Tyler has it in him to just even be that person who could be caught in a situation like
Tyler
that.
ain't got a mean bone in him unless you're messing with Reed or one of his family members, and then it's I'm giving you a heads up to get your
Well,
hands up.
that's to be expected. Like, I mean, we defend the people that we love. I
Right,
mean,
but it's
that's
the way this everything I knew about Tyler and Heard. It was this quiet, sweet little gentleman. And then I read this text, taking up for Reed, and he tells this boy, "I'm giving you a heads up to get your hands up." I was dying. I called Shay at 11 o'clock and I said, "Let me tell you something about your nephew." He was not playing when it come to Reed. He loved his little brother.
yeah, Miss Kathy. She makes beautiful flowers. Miss Kathy, if you're listening, we love you so much. And I adore you, Shay. You have such a wonderful heart. And I just it breaks mine that we're even having to have these discussions, because I know that none of this makes sense. It just makes me sad. Tyler would have searched night and day for Christian. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I think even if it was somebody that he even didn't know well, he would have been out there every day, because that's just who he is. He seemed like he was a real protective person, like he was, to hear Aiden talk about when they went out, that he's always like, if you need me, I'll come get you. Don't panic. Like, he's, it upsets me, because he should be here. All right, let's play this call.
So, so you know what happened as well as
And
I
I'm
do.
not gonna give up on him until I have that closure.
Right. Sometimes your mind may know something, but your heart until it can touch it, taste it, feel it, see it. Then
This would have been a good time for him to say, "Oh, the closure? Okay, yeah, I have Tyler's phone records. Would you like to see them?" Bastard.
Yeah.
It's just until you hear it, until it's proven and stuff like that, and it's finally final. So,
Yeah. Well, like I said, we're gonna hold on to that, and we're gonna leave him out there in that missing report, Ronnie, until we can feel like we know what we can do, because as long as that's there, we can keep looking for him. But I beg you to get his DNA out there for me. If you don't do it for nobody else, do it for me.
Well, I would definitely. I'm gonna call her right this minute, matter of fact, and see what we need to do. Because like I said, the last conversation I had with her, I thought it seemed apparent to me. She said, "Thank you for doing this to help the family and stuff like that." I kind of thought we were there. That it was, it was rolling, so to speak, but maybe not. So.
How do you think y'all were there if you ain't even did your part? I'm so confused.
Yeah.
You didn't even know the woman's name or number. So how do you think it was rolling?
And if there's one,
Because he's hoping she's going to do all the work and he don't have to do anything. That's
thing
why.
that I noticed that you said you were the lead
They
investigator.
think this is a live because there's some stuff that I would say, screw the horses in the road. We need something a whole lot stronger. I'm so over this man.
I'm serious. All right. Is there anything? Do we need to continue to play it?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. because
just
it's gonna
wanted
get really bad here in a minute, and I really don't want to play that. And
yeah, I don't really think. I mean, I just wanted them to hear the emotion, and so people could understand why the anger is there. Because I've heard people say, "Oh, they overreact on certain things." No, it's not an overreaction. You hear this woman. It's heartbreaking to know that he could have put a stop to some of that pain, and with the amount of pain that the family is going through, even a tiny bit being stopped would be some type of relief. And he just didn't. He just didn't give a damn.
right. Let me I do want to play the waiter's video that Camshaft's wife sent me.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody wants to see that video, the link is in the description of my video. Puppy, why are you crying right now? Because you're not covered up. You're such a baby. Come here. Y'all give me a second. Gotta cover up the Doberman. She has to have her blanket or she cries. Let me see here. Okay. Just want to get down here to my description. Puppy, why are you still crying? Okay, here we go. All right, so now I can share my screen. Oh no, what happened to it? All right, hang tight, guys. All right, now I had to get that queued up for a second.
Wait, somebody just said, "Oh, Miss Westmoreland." Yeah. So her excuse is she's too busy trying to play mama to somebody else's kid because she don't give a damn about her own. Either of them, for that matter.
Okay, y'all let me know y'all can see this video. Let me get over here on my phone. Sorry, I have a moody puppy right now that I'm babysitting. She's not getting any attention, so let me get over here to my chat. And while we're waiting, if you haven't already hit the like button, if you could go over there and hit the like button and share this video out onto your social media, that would be really great. Okay, so I see that you guys can see this. All right, let's take a look at this. Petra is living the life, Catherine. She is. This is a video that Camshaft's wife shared with me. And this is, do chest waders pull you under or float? And I think this is something good that we need to take a look at. And I don't want to forget, I did tell Camshaft that I would play this. So if you're going to give me 11 minutes of your time, and stop me if you need to, AJ, if you have any questions or anything while we're playing this. And I'll be watching in the chat. I'm afraid it's going to echo. I may have to. If I echo, let me know.
What's up, y'all?
Oh,
I know it's
no.
been a minute since you guys have seen me. Been kind of busy. I've been working quite a bit.
I don't know. It skipped the video. What happened? Here we
What's
go.
going on, guys? I got my waders full of water right now. Look at this. They're not completely full, up to about here. But that's about the fullest I could get them. Y'all want to find out if they sink? Keep watching. Let's go. All right, y'all. I'm down here in the water and I got a tow rope attached to Aaron, just in case I start to get pulled under. Because, you know, I am kind of nervous about it. I've always heard that waders would pull you under, but I've never really been dedicated enough to go out in the water and give it a try. So we're going to try it today. I'm just going to sit down now, see if they float. I've heard neoprene waders float, so I'm kind of curious myself. Sure enough, they do. I'm not even on the bottom. I'm not touching the bottom one bit. They float, and I could keep myself up by paddling for sure. So now I'm gonna try to get these things full of water and see if they suck me down. That's what I've always heard, is if you fall in the water in waders, you're gonna get sucked under the water and drown. So I'm gonna give it a try, see what happens. I don't know how hard these are gonna be to get full of water. God dang. It's actually a lot harder than it looks to get full of water. I'm gonna try to squeeze all this air out. Right now I'm touching the bottom, just trying to get these things full of water. All right. Dang. I have been trying to get these things full of water to suck me under for about 3 or 4 minutes now, like trying to, and it's not really happening. I can't get all the air pockets out. See how much water I got in them now. Put down inside there, Jess. Oh, how much water I got in there. I can't get them any more full than that. I'm gonna try. They are awfully heavy right now. Oh, what it is the water's pushing them in more. Yeah, they're actually full. They're actually full right now. Completely full. Look at this. All right, I'm touching bottom. I'm gonna take my feet off bottom and see what happens. Floating. I don't think you got to worry about being pulled underwater by neoprene waders. These are Drake late season EQ waders. They're not breathable. They're the 1600 grain neoprene waders, and they don't pull you underwater when they get full. Now, late season, you might have to worry about catching hypothermia. If you got real wet, you have to get out. You have to get out of there, and that's why I always pack a lighter, inside of a plastic bag in my in my blind bag just in case I got wet and I had to start a fire or something like that. But, you know, late season, a little different story. I think hypothermia is more so a worry than drowning because, you know, you get pulled under by your waders. Now I'm gonna try to get these waders off real quick here in the water just to give it a try. Someone told me once before, you know, if you did get over your head in waders, get them things off and let them go to the bottom. So I'm gonna try it. I don't know how hard they're gonna be to get off in the water. I bet they're not easy. And they're full right now. I mean, pretty much plumb full of water. So I'm going under, being sucked under right now. See if I can get these things off. What's that tow rope? All right. Damn, boy.
You chucked it right out of our
My dang tow rope wasn't worth a crap.
Well, hurry up and get them waders off.
Here, hold on to that daggum thing. All right, I'm gonna try to get these waders off. Heck no. Woo. No, don't try that. That was really hard to do. I would say you'd be more likely to drown trying to get them off than you would just floating. So.
You got your wallet in your pocket?
Yep, my wallet's soaked.
Well, you might as well just go on with it. Show them the waders. Show them the waders floating. The waders is floating by themselves.
Show them that wallet.
They're full of water, and they're floating all by themselves.
Also, do not try this with your wallet in your pocket.
I didn't think I had anything in my pockets.
That'd be a real world situation right there.
Yeah.
Just to make it a little more realistic, I left all my stuff in my pocket.
My wallet's soaking wet, boys. But here, hold this. You almost got them all. With all that said, I would not try to take my waders off if they somehow did get full of water. You know, I tried for like 5 minutes to get those things as full of water as possible, and I couldn't get all the air out because they would just suck to my body whenever I would go under the water. So, I mean, I would still wear a life jacket if I had waders on in water over my head, just, you know, to be safe. But I would feel 100% confident now going out in waders in a boat, as long as they're neoprene and wearing a life jacket. I think that you're completely safe as long as you don't panic. And definitely don't trust that.
I thought that was pretty interesting. That's why I wanted you guys to see that. And don't try to take them off when they're full of water because it's really difficult to take off. So that tells me the math ain't mathin', Brooke. Brooke and I sitting here thinking the same thing. Yeah, and they were inside out. Did you notice how they came off in a wad? So you think they're going to be all straightened out and laying flat out in the ocean? I just don't see that happening. So I feel like if he fought to get them things off, they would have definitely been inside out if he got those things off. And where's that PDF that Christian said he had on? You can't tell me that with the waders and the PDF on that he wouldn't be floating? Well, Bridget, they were pretty flat when they found them out on the water.
I want to scream.
Yeah, and those that he took off definitely weren't. So, and Shay found them with New Start Homestead. So she's in here, and I know she just watched that video. Because when I watched it, I was like, wow. So I wanted you guys to see that. Because for anybody who's not familiar with waders, I think that helps a lot of people to have an understanding of that segment, of how what that might have looked like, you know. Thank you for that video, Camshaft. A lot of people feel that way. Yeah, the voice on the lake. Hey, Treelyn T. Thanks for being here. It is crazy, Michelle. Is there anything that you want to show us or talk about from these records that you took a look at? Do you have because you know what a lot of people have been asking about is a timeline. And I said that you and I and Shay needed to sit down because a timeline needs to contain factual information only. And it needs to contain just the information that pertains from the time that Tyler, you know, his whereabouts that day.
I do.
And you have put something together for us, right?
I have.
Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, I do want to, but I need to make this really clear. So the data is there. The data is factual. I have said from the beginning that there is nothing that shows me that Tyler was in that water. However, I don't want the data that I'm going to show to get confused with that solves it. Because now I do believe Tyler was in the water.
Based on the factual
Based
100
on,
pages of data, it nails
correct.
it down that he was in the water.
Correct. But it also proves another thing. It also proves that the text message that was attached to the FOIA that Christian Holden sent was fake, where he says, Tyler, please answer me. Yeah, that never happened. And I'll show you how that's fake. And it still, here's the fact remains, Christian Holden waited 13 minutes to call 911. You guys, the first rescue boat got there in 9 minutes. He waited longer than it took the first rescue boat. I don't know why. I have my theories. I have my own little opinions in my head of why I think, now that I know that Tyler, or feel like Tyler was in the water.
Mm-hmm.
But those are not facts. Again, those are just my opinions. But the data don't lie. So not only do we know that Christian Holden waited 13 minutes, he then altered the phone record either to cover up how long he waited or to cover up who he really called. So either way it goes, Tyler being in the water does not make it, oh, it's just an accident, let's let it go. No. You know, there's a law in North Carolina that passed, if a person dies and you were with them and you didn't call 911 in time, if they die, you can do life in prison. and I've already discussed this with Shay. If anything, South Carolina don't have that law. So my next step is to really push to get that put in place and to make an example out of Christian Holden. Who waits 13 minutes on top of the 27 where he says he was already sinking to call somebody for help? Had he called, they might have been able to get to Tyler in time and save him.
Right. Christina, the dogs were actually part of North Star, which is separate of DNR. And the dog handlers are actually separate from Brad.
Yeah,
So
that
I
wouldn't lie.
don't believe that they lied about the dogs
Absolutely
hitting.
not.
Because
Absolutely.
they actually brought a different dog out there and he hit on just right in the very same spots as the first one. And we have
Whoa,
all of
whoa,
the,
whoa, 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 whoa. What, Aiden?
hang on, let me go down here. Aiden says, Reed told me he was on the phone with Tyler when he was back in the boat in the water. My guess would be maybe he was waiting to give someone time to get Tyler out of there.
I'm sorry. I need some clarity on that. Wait, what? My guess would be that he was waiting to give someone time. Reed was on the phone with Tyler when Tyler was backing the boat into the water.
Well, then that would be on the phone call record, correct?
Um,
Well, Misty,
yeah,
he probably had the keys because Christian probably backed the boat into the water with Tyler in the boat. And then he probably went to go park the truck in the boat landing to meet Tyler back out in the boat. Because you got to have somebody in the boat when you get it off the trailer. So that's probably how Christian had the keys, was he probably went to go park the truck. Just my thoughts. I mean, because my parents have had boats, and I mean, I know how it goes. Daddy go back the boat and he'd give Mama the keys, and then she'd always end up with the keys. So, so I think that, I mean, he might have backed the boat in. I mean, it's possible. I mean, Tyler can't do it all. He can't be backing the boat in and be in the boat in the water, right? You got to have somebody in the boat. That's right, Brad. Dogs are with North Star.
Dutchess, give me about 5 minutes, please.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Aiden says maybe CH waited 13 minutes to give someone time to get Tyler away from the jetty. Okay. So Reed was talking to Tyler as CH was back in the boat and parking the truck, possibly. Only Reed could answer that. Because I didn't know that. Or maybe I did and I've just didn't think about it. So, interesting. Yeah, she'll probably have to go look at the phone records to see if he's on there. Because I'm assuming, I mean, these phone records are very thorough, guys. I've heard that, Hannah, but I don't know for certain. I think he does a lot of different things. Is that how Tyler do him? I don't know. I'm sure she's probably going to check Mama Bear. And 3 dogs hit the same places without knowing where the other dogs hit. Thank you, Brad, for letting us know that. I knew that I saw the different reports and they pretty much matched up. So it's hard to kind of fake that. Matt puts his boat in the water alone to hunt often. Yeah, I'm sure it may be possible. That was the only thing that I could reconcile, was that maybe he went to, that he backed the boat in and Tyler was on the boat and he went and parked the truck. Because I know that I've done that with my mom when we backed the pontoon in, stuff like that. So. Kevin says, not all the time. Smaller aluminum boats like those with tiller handle motors, you back the truck up while someone holds the bow line and let it float off, then hold it against the dock while the truck is parked. Yeah. She sure does. She sure does. She had to go check on something. Said she'd be back in just a minute. So she may have had a phone call or something she has to look at. So Aiden says, Reed said that he was on the phone with Tyler as Tyler was sitting on the boat, as I'm guessing CH was back in the truck down the ramp so Tyler could drive the boat off the trailer. Yeah. I asked about luminol. Maybe that's why they wanted the truck. Who has possession of the truck now? Lakeland. Lakeland still has the truck. But on Friday, and if Miss Shea is still in here listening, I'm going to try to get out there and go see the boat and get some video for you guys. And we're going to take a look at that. I'm going to let you know what I see when I go out there to take a look at it. So hopefully I'll be talking to her this week to find out about getting out there to take a look at the boat and stuff like that. So, but these records are, I've been spending a lot of time reading through this stuff, but I will tell you something that was really interesting that AJ sent me. She sent me a packet of information which included a letter from the DNR to the Oversight Subcommittee with attachments, and that letter was dated in January of 2018, and it was hand-delivered to Chairman Talion, who is over the Legislative Oversight Committee in Columbia. And it was in response to a letter dated back in 2017 regarding the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. And it has about the compiled additional information that was sought by the committee as part of the oversight process of their agency. And answers are compiled in the body of the letter, and they went through, they wanted copies of agency policies, procedures, and forms that related to firearm training. They wanted a list of individuals at the agency who were certified firearms instructors, and that list was given. They wanted copies of agency policies, procedures, forms that relate to where law enforcement officers at the agency must reside, where things to do with their state vehicles, like the automobiles, their boats, four-wheelers that they use for their jobs. It also asked, during the fiscal years of 2007 through 2017, how many disciplinary actions resulted from violation of any of the policies provided in response to question 4, which was, please provide a copy of the policies, procedures, or forms applicable to agency personnel that relate to the use of vehicles for travel, etc. I think you guys might find this very interesting because they compiled a lot of information.
Okay, so Aiden, I have a question. If it's possible for you to answer this or not. Are you positive that that is the day that he was on the phone with Tyler? Because like I said, it's 100 pages, but I do have Reed on the phone with Tyler at the time that they were loading the boat. But the pages didn't come in order, and so I've kind of had to like piece them. So I'm wondering is it possible, or are you sure that they were at the landing? Because I believe Reed's number ends in 82, and that would be, I have him on the phone with him at the same time that he did the walk around and where he took those pictures, Dutchess. So that would be when they was loading the boat.
Do you want me to have Aiden to come up?
If he can, or if he wants to, yeah. I just
Yeah.
want to be sure before I say anything that I'm not like 100 on.
Okay, hang on a second.
On the phone the other night, I'm not 100%. Okay.
Aiden, if you want to come up on panel, I'll send you a link on your Facebook Messenger.
Well, then I will definitely have to go through and piece that day together.
Yeah, because
I've never heard that, and that's going to kind of put a whole new twist to a whole new ball game and a whole new feel.
I did know that one of Tyler's friends spoke to him on his way down to the landing because he was supposed to also go on this hunt, but he could not be there. And that was the only person that's told me, that they were on the phone with it. I didn't realize that he was on the phone. So, but Aiden, if you want to come up tonight, you can take the link. But if not,
I'm wrong.
we can.
Well, wait, I'm wrong. There is a call from Reed because there's two numbers that Tyler knows that ends in 82. I'm not fixed to call that boy's number out because of what happened with Jimmy Long. So I'm not even fixing to do that. But there's two numbers of two different people that Tyler knows with the ending of 82. The one that belongs to Reed, absolutely. He did call. He was at 321 to be exact. So you know what, Aiden? You just actually put a whole new twist on it anyway, because now that tells me what time that boat went in that water.
Which I think we always said that it was around, we thought it was after 3.
Yeah, we knew it was after 3, but somebody help me understand something. And I just sit here and said, that's why I just need DNR to do their job. Because I just sit here and said, I believe Tyler was in that water. Well, Tyler didn't leave his house till 3:06. Do the math. Do the mileage. How did he get to the water at 3:21?
Yeah, it takes at least 30 minutes.
Well, how did he do it?
I've rode from their house at the beauty shop to my driveway, which is right at the boat landing.
And tell him we need his wings back because 3:06 to 3:21 is not mathing.
He's flying and breaking every law. There's no way, because there's no way. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't even make sense. See, or if you come down number 9.
And that's the way he went. I know that for a fact.
I figured he did come down number 9 because that's the way I always come from Miss Linda's to come to my house, is I always come down number 9. It's the fastest way. And there's still no way that he could have made it in that amount of time.
Okay, well, somebody tell me this. Because let me explain how these phone records are going to work. Because I'm going to show the map, and then I'm going to show you the format that the phone records come in. And I don't have time to be going and redacting anything. So I'm saying it now. If anybody calls anybody off these records, I know that that happened with my group. It didn't happen from here, but I have to say it. I will never show another piece of evidence. I don't care what it is, if that happens, because Mr. Long did not deserve that, Dutchess, at all.
I know.
So the way that the phone records work, they're in what's called, well, part of them is in what's called UTC time. And UTC time then converts to UTC military time, and then you have to break it down to what time it would be in South Carolina. Well, I already have a problem with math and all that. So I just went to this thing called My World Buddy, and you literally just put in UTC time. So if it's 2,000 hours UTC time, then that means it in South Carolina hours, it's 3:30. So 2,000 on the phone records is going to be 3:30 your guys' time until you get into the location data, and then they use GMT, and that's the only part of the records they use GMT. So it's kind of weird. So if you see a time and you're like, how was he there at 10 o'clock at night? It's not, because it's UTC time.
And how many hours did you tell me that was apart from Eastern
Thought it was
Standard
7,
Time?
but it ended up being 5. It's 5.
Okay.
So if it's 20, if it's 8 o'clock at night UTC time, then it is 3 o'clock South Carolina time. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. That's a lot of information. Hey, Aiden, thank you for joining us.
Try to help me figure it out.
So talk to us about the phone call between Reed and Tyler.
I just spoke with Reed the other night and was telling him about me going on the live and stuff, and he said he really didn't know much about your live. He never really watched it and stuff because it just hurt his feelings too much to even think about it. But
Oh,
he
Reed.
I was telling him about some of the things that I had thought about, and he said that I think I mentioned, do you think he was actually out there? And he said, well, I know he's out there because I was talking to him as they were back in the boat in the water. So
Reed is welcome here anytime if he ever wants to come up and talk about anything. And I pray for him often. Every night, in fact, when my husband and I pray for this family, we always pray for Reed. Because losing your sibling so young like that, when you don't have all the answers, I can't imagine what he's going through. But you understand, Aiden, because you're going through the same thing. He was like a brother to you.
I need to I got to check something real quick.
Okay.
I just thought about something. Give me a moment.
Aiden, is there anything else you want to share with us?
not that I know of. Someone in the chat just asked if I would join.
Okay.
I didn't know if.
Well, did Reed tell you how long that he talked with him or anything like that?
No, he really didn't say. He just said that he spoke with him as they were putting the boat in the water. So
it was 1 minute. It was 1 minute. It was yeah.
Okay. And he said that everything seemed like everything was okay. No.
Yeah, and he also told me, because I mentioned to him that I was like, I never knew this Christian kid. I didn't know who he was. And I asked Reed, I was like, did you ever really know who he was? And he said that a weekend or so before Tyler went missing, that he went with Tyler hunting down at Black River, and that Christian and some other boys were with Christian. They were on their own boat, and they were all hunting together. And I guess that's where they had kind of like all met. I'm guessing from what he told me.
Interesting. So they did meet via hunting.
I'm guessing so. That's where I know Reed said that's where he met him. I'm not exactly sure if that's where Tyler met Christian from, but.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So that call happened, and it was for 1 minute, but I believe that would have been when Christian. I'm checking. That's why I'm like hesitant because I'm actually checking this thing real quick.
Camshaft said, ask Aiden what he meant when about they were waiting to get him out. I think you did put it in the comments, Aiden. When you said, let me see if I can find your comment back up here.
Is she referring to the comment that everybody was confused about?
Yes.
Hold on, let me get back and read exactly.
Trying to see if I can find it on here, and I was gonna bring it up because I think you did explain that in the chat. But now
I think I was mentioning that Reed said, like I said, that Reed was on the phone with Tyler when they were back in the boat in, and then y'all were at the time of the live, you were talking about Christian Holden waiting 13 minutes to call 911.
Right.
And I was saying maybe he waited 13 minutes to give someone time enough to get away, so that way Coast Guard or CETO didn't run into anybody that was doing anything suspicious.
Yeah, that is a good point.
But I seen something on the Facebook group about the shell collector. I think somebody pointed out that they said that he was in the surf. Is that the same guy with the kayak?
Well, not according to what
I needed that one.
Not according to Horry County Fire and Rescue. When I contacted them to ask if they could give me any specific information about this person that they saw in the surf, and they said, well, we were told that there was somebody out near the surf, but it turns out the man was never in the surf at all. He was an elderly man with dark clothes out there walking near the jetty, and that he had no idea that anybody was in the water or could be drowning, or that there was a boat incident, or that there was anybody on the jetty rocks. And I said, how can he be by the jetty and not know Christian is on the rocks yelling for Tyler in the water? That doesn't even make sense. I mean, and that's 2 miles walk to get from the nearest house to the jetty. And this elderly man is just out there in the dark in 40-some degree weather by himself.
Yeah, well, I think the report said he was wearing camouflage, and then...
Yeah, I did ask him that, and they said, no, it was dark clothing, and he was not in the surf. I said, well, your report says he was in the surf. And they said, well, we had a report that somebody was seen, and they thought he looked like he was in the surf, I guess from who, and it never does say who reported that, saying that they thought they saw someone in the surf. It was actually just this guy walking on the opposite side of the jetty on the beach. He was never in the water. I thought that was it's so bizarre. I mean, and they didn't even ask him his name. I just think anybody who's out there and that's like, oh, I don't know what's going on. How do you not know what's going on? You mean that there was no yelling, no... I mean, you couldn't hear Tyler screaming? I mean, even Davis Pandur said that Tyler was scared and he was upset. And I mean, so you mean to tell me this guy didn't hear that? I don't believe that.
And if my friend is out in the water drowning, or their boat's taken in water and I can't see him, I think I'm going to be screaming his name at least. So I don't know how that man could be right there on the beach and not see somebody standing on the jetty rocks.
Yeah, there was no surfer. I called and asked for clarification, and I was told there was just the elderly man, no surfer, no surfboard, no nothing with him, and a lady with a dog. And none of that makes sense to me because I'm like, well, why did y'all write down a bunch of other bull crap if that is not accurate? Like, what? Shay said, exactly. Who was he? Why didn't they ask? We have been out there 20 plus times, and I would have heard anyone in distress. Yeah.
And if you didn't hear anyone, then why was Christian not in distress?
I don't understand how he was so calm. Calm as a cucumber. I just can't make it make sense. So Aiden, do you want to hang out with us while we talk about other things? You're welcome to stay. If you need to drop down, you can drop down whenever you need to.
I mean, I can. I don't have to work tomorrow, but
okay. Yeah, you're welcome to stay if you want to. AJ, did you find what you were looking for? She might be still working on something.
I was sitting here talking, and I'm not even looking at my computer until you said she might see me. Because I'm sitting here like, are they really ignoring me? Because I asked somebody to set a timer for 27 minutes because my phone's going to die like 4 times, and nobody said anything. I'm like, what in the world?
It's like when I have my cell phone mute, and then y'all are in the chat going, I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything.
Oh, my goodness.
Or Michelle has to send me a text going, you're muted. You're muted.
I was sitting here looking away from the computer, so I didn't even see I was muted. I'm like, they're really ignoring me. I need somebody to set a 27-minute timer.
You need somebody to set a 27-minute timer?
Time the next 27 minutes. Because I'll forget. Okay. Maybe done went like 30 or 40, and I'll be like,
okay, hang on. Let me get on my clock on my phone. I'm going to set the timer. Clock, timer, and you want to do 27 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell me when you want me to start. Now?
Right now. Yep.
Start. Michelle, put start in the chat.
So, at this point, you're already on the phone with your friend. He's already telling you that this motor is not starting. We're going to go ahead and talk about this other stuff while this timer's going. And then when it's done, I want everybody to look at how long it seemed that we were talking. Because I just did it. That's right before my phone was going to die. I just did it. And it seemed like forever. I can only imagine. I can't even imagine what feeling Tyler felt while this idiot Christian was doing nothing to help him. Nothing. It makes no sense because let me show you. Let me tell you what don't make sense. This is what don't make sense. I got Tyler going down to that same area, except for it was Ocean Isle Beach that morning. Make that make sense. Why would Tyler leave and go down all the way to Ocean Isle Beach the same morning, which is also around the time he was looking to buy those waders, if you remember from the marketplace? Go back, meet Christian all the way at his house, and then drive all the way back to the same area to go hunt. If that's a 30-minute drive, that's a lot of damn driving.
That is a lot of driving.
What would be the point? Why would Christian why would Tyler, if he was already going down there, say, hey, I'm already down here, meet me down here?
Brad, there is a picture. Shay has it. I think she sent it to me.
Yeah, I have a picture of him on the rocks.
I have it somewhere. If you have it, I mean, you can share it if you want to. I'm not sure where mine is. I don't have it uploaded to my StreamYard, so all of my pictures are on my phone. So, if Shay's still listening, she wants to send it to me. I mean, if she wants me to show it, I mean, I can. I've got pictures of Brian standing out there because I've been out there. She's got a video of me standing out there. I mean, I can walk the rocks. There's a couple of places where it's, excuse me, it's kind of wide in places, but you can definitely walk it. And she's got like video and pictures of Brian walking up and down the rocks. But I think the elderly guy wasn't on the rocks. He was on the other side of the beach, on the Sunset Beach side. Because on the other side of those rocks, when at low tide, there's actually a beach area. But if you were on the opposite side inside the jetty, it might look like he was out in the water because you can't see the sand on the other side of the beach at a certain distance. You know, so
Taylor, they did communicate, and that's Aiden. I have a question. Have you ever played pool on your phone?
I played pool with Tyler a lot.
Could you do it while you were driving?
No.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I tried in the parking lot, and that like almost really didn't turn out too well, and I'm being serious. So and I like playing pool. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. You're not playing pool while you're driving unless you're just losing and scratching and all kinds of stuff. So there's a text message, and I wasn't aware that Dutchess hadn't seen these messages before, but it is a screenshot. It is a text message from Christian Holden to Tyler, and they're playing pool. And then Christian says, and this, because I guess with Apple, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have an iPhone, but the times on the text message doesn't show if it's all within the same group conversation or something like that. Because I couldn't understand why the time didn't show, and somebody explained it. Dutchess, you have an iPhone, right?
no, I have a Samsung Galaxy.
I have an iPhone. So like,
see, I have a Samsung too. So explain that for me.
Usually, like it'll tell you the day that the snap or like the text messages are between each other. But if you're actually on the phone, you can slide the screen to the left or the right, and it'll tell you at what minute each text messages were sent.
Okay, so it's not uncommon for the actual time to not show above each message.
No, I mean,
okay,
yeah, it doesn't. But I mean, like if you go to your text messages on an iPhone and you swipe towards the left, it'll tell you when it was sent and like when it was read and things like that.
Okay, so Dutchess, I'm going to send you this real fast. And I want you to show it because I take this as being all the same communication. Like the same, because he's playing pool with him. And then he says, what time do you want me to be at your house? Tyler says, how far are you? There's no times. There's just the very date at the top of it, which is the day they were going hunting.
Okay.
So I'm going to send this to you.
I think Shay sent me a couple pictures, and this is Brian out on the jetty. I got my timer going in the corner of my phone, but I'm going to show y'all that.
Actually, it's in the drive. I don't know how to send it, get it out of the drive to the email, Dutchess. You have the link to the drive? Or no?
Yeah, is it
it's just under Christian Holden.
Okay. So see, you can see the rocks right there. That's Brian out there. If she's got a, oh, here, and here is the picture of,
and in my head, I showed Reed this picture. I sent this picture to Reed. The water at that point did not look like it was extremely rough to me.
Me neither.
Like, I don't know how you go from seeing a boat to not seeing a boat unless it's completely under the water. And are you going to stay on the phone with somebody as they are slowly going underwater?
Say it again. Say it louder for the people in the back, because I don't think nobody understands that. There's 27 minutes of the boat not starting. That is what Christian Holden said in his statement. We were on the phone while it was happening, while the engine wasn't starting. So you talked about the fact that the engine wasn't starting for 27 minutes and then still waited another 13 to call 911
That's what I'm saying. I mean, are you going to sit on the phone
and watch them sink? Say it again, Christian, because I don't think they understand. Christian Holden is lying.
I think if he called me and said, "Hey, the boat's not starting and I can't get it to crank," regardless if he's going to get it to crank or not, I'm going to go ahead and call whoever
just in case,
just to have them on the way, just in case. Yep.
But then again, we all know that TJ Brown showed up to collect those and watched Christian get rescued off the rocks in, what was it, 11 minutes, I think? 11 or 12, something like that. He lives up by Tyler. So he didn't need to have anybody on the way because he already had somebody out there. And that I believe with all my heart. It's my opinion. Let me make that clear. That is an opinion. But I don't see how any other possible way that this boat pulled up to the rocks to watch Christian get rescued and followed him back to Windjammer in less than 13 minutes. I mean, I don't think a jet ski could do that, could they?
It would take longer on a jet ski from the land and Tyler put in at to get to the jetty rocks than 13 minutes.
Oh, yeah, because Shay and I have done that.
If you read their statements, including TJ Brown says, I watched Christian get rescued off of the jetty. I followed them to Windjammer where I took possession of the waders and gun. It says that he called him. Let me make sure I got that right. So there ain't no misunderstanding.
I know, Brad. See, how does he not see anybody in the water? That doesn't even make sense. You have a clear view because you're on the jetty.
Exactly.
I can see clear to the south jetty from standing on the rocks. I went out there myself and walked on the rocks and stood out there, and you can see.
You can see the shrimp boats way out in the water on top of the jetty.
At 17:13, Christian explained what was going on and that Tyler was having issues with the motor on the water. So that is at 17:13. Christian is on the phone with TJ Brown, telling him this is what happened. Basically, I need your help. At 17:28, Todd arrives at the jetty and saw the fireboat with Christian on board, followed them to Windjammer, and took possession of the guns and waders. So however many minutes is between 17:13 and 17:28, that's how long it took him to get to. I don't see how that's possible.
I'm getting you a link, Shay. Hang on.
I mean,
You're talking 14 minutes, 15 at the tops. How do you get? So he was just riding around down there by the boat landing with his boat already attached? Make sense.
Sounds like to me somebody was out waiting in the water.
That part.
Okay, so Marie has sent me a video, this 18-second clip, and I think Shay's going to come up as well. I want to let me put my camera on big. Normally, I try to upload stuff, before I go live.
She does, you guys. She always asks me, "Do you have anything?" And it don't click. And then I'll be like, "I'm going upstairs right now." And by the time I get upstairs, I done thought about something else, and so that's totally my fault.
Okay. It's okay. Hang on. Hey, sis.
Hey.
I'm gonna play this video real quick, and that she sent me. This is what it looks like out there.
So,
but there wasn't no waves crashing up on the rocks when Christian was standing on them, was there?
No.
I didn't see none either because the Cito boat looks super calm.
It was low
tide. Pointed out.
It was low tide.
The pictures that Cito took of Tyler's boat were very clear.
See, that must be high tide would.
Yep, because that water will come crashing over those rocks, and I'm telling you what, you don't want to get caught up in that.
Yeah, close.
Because it'll smash you.
whenever it opens out to the ocean right there, it will come over
Caught
the
up in
rocks.
none of it.
Mhm.
But Dutchess, you and I both can agree that either way, if you show the video I sent you of Brian walking down those rocks, like, I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
I'll
he's
share
walking
it.
on flat ground. He could have walked himself to safety on either Bird Island side, on the inside of the inlet, or he could have walked himself to safety to Sunset Beach, no matter if it was high tide or low tide.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna show this one that you sent me.
And I'm on the beach, y'all. This is me taking a video of Brian on the interior side of the North Jetty. And he walks up and down those rocks, and I can see the south side jetty from where I'm standing on inside the interior of the North Jetty. You don't lose sight of somebody when you're standing up there at low tide. There's no way. And think about this. If I was out there hunting seashells and you had a person standing on those rocks, you wouldn't miss them. And they were screaming for help. Something just does not add up.
I don't think Tyler was screaming for help.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, Christian Holden wasn't screaming for help.
Oh, yeah. Because I definitely don't think Tyler was screaming for help. And here's why. I think Tyler, by the time he realized what was going on, I think it was already too late, because I think in his head, he wasn't thinking that his own supposed to be buddy, if that's what he considered Christian, wasn't really trying to help. I think if it went down the way that they're trying to make it seem like it did, then I think Tyler probably didn't realize that Christian was lagging on calling 911. That's why Tyler was still making his other calls. Aiden just made the perfect point. When you heard the first word of that there was trouble, you call somebody. You get that person started towards you. So Tyler was still making calls as he thought Christian was calling 911, not realizing that Christian was really letting him sing.
Right. And in
When
fact,
does it make sense what I'm saying? Does it?
AJ, didn't Tyler call him once and he didn't even answer his phone?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we're not even going to get into the other one that was for, I think, 3 seconds. So I don't know if Christian hung up on him or what, but it was only enough to get remind me what it's called, Dutchess, because I don't have it pulled up. The send button time. There's 2 different times.
The seizure time
Seizure
and
time.
the ET time.
The seizure time is the time that you press send, and that records in this type of records. You won't see it on a phone bill, but it is the time that you press send for that signal to travel through the tower to the switch, and then you hear the first ring going. Yeah.
When me, Shay, and Chad was out there trying to find the gun and stuff, we were right at the end of the North Jetty rocks, and we could see the beach and everybody walking on the beach. So I don't understand why the man that was supposedly on the beach couldn't see somebody on the jetty rock.
That's right. That's exactly.
Because I don't think he would have been paying attention unless that person was waving their arms like supposedly he was to Barry Hayes. But I think, honestly, and this is an opinion, I think Christian Holden was probably sitting there tapping his foot, watching his watch to see how much time he could get away with blowing off. I don't think he was out there screaming for help. I don't think he wanted to help Tyler.
Let me tell you, if Aiden was out there on those rocks, he would have been screaming bloody murder. He would have been doing anything he could have done to help save Tyler. If Tyler were on those rocks and it was Christian Holden in his boat, it would have been just like what I just said. There's no way somebody was looking for seashells, or there was also a mention of a lady walking her dog. Somebody would have heard something. He didn't call for help. He didn't want nobody to help.
I don't think 911 would have been able to understand what I was saying if I had been screaming for my friend.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And he can always back that up and say that he knew to remain calm. But is what he can't back up is he told 911 on that second call, I tried to call my buddy and he didn't answer. He's a damn liar. He never even connected to the tower to Tyler's number between those 911 calls. He also provided Ronnie Floyd with a screenshot of him saying, "Tyler, answer me," at 5:01. That shit never happened either. See, Ronnie Floyd might have thought that he was going to ease the minds or whatever by dropping these records off because he's heard it's getting deep or whatever got up in his pants to scare him. But is what he don't realize is he opened a whole nother can of worms.
Yes, he did.
Because that screenshot that Christian sent that says, "Look, I did try to contact Kyler," is completely made up.
Jeannie, Josh Johnson did not find the waiters. Shay and New Start Homestead that's on the panel, they found the waiters. And they were not purchased on Marketplace. Supposedly, these waiters were ones that his mother purchased him herself. And they were brand new.
And they still smelt brand new. Yeah.
Yeah, so Josh Johnson did not find any waiters. He found a decoy that apparently, according to Brian, was not Tyler's. I don't know.
So he dropped off these records to my mom. And yesterday, I went there to get them. I said, let's sit down and let's call him because he wanted to discuss the records with my mother. So I'm not going to let her talk to him unless I'm with her because she needs support. Obviously, from the last phone call, you can hear how upset she gets. She needs somebody to be there with her. So she called him 2 times. And then the 3rd time, he still didn't answer. But this is her voicemail that she left for him. And he has not returned her call since.
Tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Mr. Ronnie, this is Linda Doyle. I was just returning your call where we talked yesterday about going over these records. Please give me a call as soon as you can. Thank you very much.
So guess what? No call from him yet.
I'm about to show y'all something else interesting. Hey, Shay, what is owls? Before I make myself look stupid.
Owls? Like
he says to him after he takes his opponent's shot in pool. That blows my mind. But he says, "What time do I need to be at your house?" Tyler responds, "How far out are you?" Christian says, "Like 10 minutes. I'm right here about to be at Brooks.
Allsbrooks.
That's Allsbrooks. There's a store right down the street from Tyler's house.
Yeah, Allsbrook Grocery.
Like minute and a half, if that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little store on the corner right there on 701. It's like a little community right there that they call Allsbrook. It's like a part of Loris.
Yeah, there's a crossroads there.
Mhm.
And there's a produce stand there now too. So yeah, it's like Abe said, maybe a mile and a half.
Yep.
Yeah,
I went right past it when I went to your mama's the other day.
Yep.
Dutchess, can you check your email, please?
Yes, ma'am.
It's getting more and more interesting every time we talk, I swear.
And remember, when you forwarded me those EMLs, I can't open those. So if whatever you sent me that I need to look at in the drive, that you have labeled Dutchess, I can't access those. Remember, I don't.
Okay, I'll fix that. But this is the direct attachment that I just sent you.
Okay, let me go back over to my inbox.
Because one thing I can be sure of and not have to second guess is when it comes to Shay and Aiden, they both have iPhones and they're going to tell it like it is.
Okay, so you want me to show this?
Please.
Okay.
Because I read this as it's all the same message. Like all this, I take it as it's like he sent the screenshot of that. Okay. As you see, he was supposedly playing pool and darts.
Does it go from the bottom up? Well, is that how you read that?
I don't know how you read iMessages, but that's all that says. But when you go to the other message, is where he says he's an owl. And you can also see the game picture in there. Not that one.
Do I need to go backwards or is it forwards?
Okay, that's another one. See, what time do I need to be? Would you take that as all being at the same time, Aiden?
I mean, it could still be hours apart. Like he could have played that game right there and sent it because it said if you scroll up, it says opponent's move or whatever. So he sent that to Tyler and it's waiting for Tyler to play back. So he could have sent that like an hour before.
Yeah, because we don't see the
It
time.
wouldn't. Yeah,
But
it
it
would.
would be the same day, correct?
Yeah, that's the same day.
Yeah. What you would need to do is if we had the ability to swipe, like Aiden said, if you swipe to the left, it would give you an exact time that message was sent.
Okay. Now, did y'all? But wait a second. Hold on. Here's my problem with this. Do y'all see that last text he says?
At 5:01.
Read the date and time.
Yeah, and it never delivered.
Okay, but here's what you're not understanding. There's other messages that shades that didn't deliver, but hers show on these phone records, don't they, Shay?
Yeah, they do.
It doesn't matter if it delivered or not. It matters that that number was trying to be accessed from the switch of the tower, but yet it's not on the phone records.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very easy to manipulate anything on an iPad or an iPhone with the
And
Apple
not just that, but I know that there's other people, because iMessages don't show up on the regular phone bill. There's 2 other messages that I just sent you with that, 2 other attachments, Dutchess.
Okay, yeah, I see one here, this call log.
That's Christian Holden's, you guys. That's one of the screenshots. Do you guys see how it's
off center?
Not necessarily in center, but scroll up to the top, Dutchess? Like, do you see how it says recent usage, January 11th to present, inbox call log, the time on there, the battery? Go to the other one, Dutchess.
You mean go to the next one?
Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's the next one after that.
Oh, that's all I got.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh, goodness. Because the main log that I'm about to show you that he gave Ronnie Floyd, it don't have none of that.
Scroll down to that one, last one and look where, go to the very bottom where Tyler stops answering. Go to the next one, just like this, but the next one.
Okay.
Like, they're so off center, and he even names Tyler, like he called, this ain't it. But anyway, I'll send it to you so you can see it. But there's Tyler, and he actually misspells it. He calls him Tiker.
Yes, okay. I've got that one. I showed that on the last live.
And I just sent it to you again. If you look at that one, everything at the top is blacked out. It's blurry. It's not crisp like those other 2. Everything about that time frame, which is on that one page, is completely distorted. The arrows aren't the same color. Nothing is the same. It don't even match his other 2 screenshots. I just emailed it to you. iMessages don't show up on a phone bill, but they do in these records. Not the message themselves, just that it was attempted or that there was communication. So I don't care if it was an iMessage that wasn't delivered or not.
I thought Brian Mercer's last name was spelled Mercer.
It is.
And every single time it's spelled Merser on here.
Yeah, that just happens to be the same person that drove off in front of Miss Linda in the truck that her and her husband paid for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's that guy.
Kind of ironic that that's who he called, right?
Yeah, so he was in contact with Christian Holden, same guy who came to my mom and dad's property and got in my nephew's truck and drove away with it. And Lakeland knows good and well who paid for that vehicle, who took care of Tyler.
Oh, wait a second, Shay. Let's not forget that as you were doing 100 trying to get there, he answered the phone and told you, he was just doing what he was told.
It's 27 minutes. I just want to tell you that my
so y'all see everything we just covered in that time frame? Seems like forever, huh?
I'm sure out there seemed like forever.
Exactly.
That
Can
was
you
a long time, y'all. Honestly.
Yeah. Now add 13 more minutes to that before you ever connect with 911 to get help.
Thank you.
A lot can happen.
But
A
yet the
lot.
first boat after help was called arrived in 9 minutes. So out of all of that time, if he would have instantly called 911, they would have been there in 9 minutes, which is not even a quarter of all of the time that we just added together.
That's right.
Tyler could have been found.
That's right. And let me tell you something. He never lost sight of Tyler. I don't care
No,
what
he didn't.
nobody says. And if it was me on those rocks, I would have jumped in that water. I would have swam as hard as I could to go to him and get to that boat and save him. I would have done anything I could have done. I would have stood up there like I was a model, posing for a picture, just doing nothing. Thank God Cito took those pictures and they're live photos.
You're right
and
about
you can
that.
actually see exactly what it was like out there that day.
Just like you can see that boat motor line wasn't cut. Now I did contact, they call him the boatman. He's got 45,000 followers. He's on YouTube. And I did ask him what is possible. And he said that it's kind of hard to say, like not seeing the motor. He said, but the one thing is if he had took it out in salt water before, did he rinse it with fresh water? I don't know if y'all know anything about that because I don't know nothing about boats. But he said something about something getting clogged up, and then there's a button that presses down from the where the motor top is or something like that. But
he would have rinsed it out. He would have took care of it.
That's exactly what I was thinking because of the pictures and stuff.
Don't you think so, Aiden, that he would have known to rinse that motor out after he got out of the salt water and when he got it home?
I believe so. He used to hook them up to the water hose right there at the shop.
Yep.
So that leads me to wonder, and this is just my opinion, Shay, I've already told you this. Did Christian seize an opportunity? Like this wasn't an actual plan and Christian seized the opportunity when he realized Tyler was in trouble? Or did he do something to that boat as he was getting off of it? Because, yeah, I believe Tyler was in that water. But God himself could not come down here and tell me that it happened the way that they're saying it happened.
No, me either, because I know my nephew.
And you go ahead, Shay.
Aiden, you know him. You know how strong he is. I mean, he would have fought for his life.
There would have been no reason to make up images and fake text, Shay.
And this is my thing. We all know, me and Shay both know that Tyler knows everything about a boat. And if he called Brandon and said, what else do I need to check? The first thing he would have checked was that line.
He would have.
I believe that. I believe that.
It being right there in front of you, that's the first thing he would have checked.
And I think when he talked to Jimmy, he would have told him the line's cut, or he would have told it to Brandon why he's checked it and seen it. He would have mentioned it, just one of them.
I feel like if the line was cut when he was in there, he definitely would have saw it, and he would have said, hey, my gas line's cut.
Yeah. But the problem with that is I was told that they wouldn't even have made it more than a few feet if that line had been like that.
He wouldn't have, but the whole thing on the motor was also broke off. So he would have seen that. It wasn't just the line cut, but the thing that was the line going into the motor, it was also pulled out. So he definitely would have seen that.
So how far would he have really gotten from the jump if that was already like that, which we know
It
for sure
it wouldn't have cranked. It wouldn't have cranked because we asked our cousin Mark Curry, because me and Shay thought about that.
The boatman
it
told
would have
me
lost the pressure and it wouldn't even have cut off.
As soon as that line would have, if it cracked, as soon as it would have cracked, as they said, it would have shut the motor off instantly.
That's what the
and
boatman
he could have not got it cut on at all. And if he did not wash his motor from salt water from previously, it would have rusted, because salt water will rust it, just like the bullet that we found. What little bit of time that it was in the water, the bullet was already rusting, so the motor would rust from the salt water. So you would have known the damage to the boat. He would have never let his boat, because it would have ruined it.
Listen,
he would have washed it every time.
The salt air, my husband, he does heating and air. And he'll tell you, like down here, the air conditioning systems, I mean, they'll rust out. And that's why you have to wash your heating and air systems, the outside units, because the salt air will ruin them, especially where we live right by the waterway.
Yeah.
And that's not even submerged in the water, y'all.
Right.
That's how brutal the elements are down here.
Even
So
your
I
light
don't,
fixtures outside will rust. Your door handles outside will rust.
Well,
all
I
of my
think it's
handles,
time
we
we
have
show
to
this
redo
map.
them all the time. And you know, Shay, just as much as I do, like, especially the closer you live to the water, the more it's going to affect you. So imagine what it would be like if you have something in the water. Even a person, like the salt water is very corrosive. It is not your friend.
No, and Tyler took pictures of his boat the day
Day
before
before,
he
yep.
left. The day before he went on that trip, the next day he
And he
did
didn't take pictures of fun. He took pictures one side, the back side, the left side. Like he took it for records type taking pictures.
Yeah, and you know what? I almost, when I look at those pictures, I think, was he gonna say, duck seeds is over, and I'm gonna sell the boat because I'm gonna have a baby. When I look at those pictures, that's what I'm thinking, But he took pictures a 360 all the way around it, and
Yes, and we know
that
this,
line looks
Bridget.
fine.
We've observed that we also recognize that there was no gas rainbow on the water in Cito's picture. Yeah, that's something that we also picked up on as well. So I just feel like that damage in my mind, once
Well,
Shay showed me the picture of Cito pulling it out, I just having a difficult time believing that
it's not
extensive
dry rot.
damage.
It's not dry rot.
No.
Dry rot you'll be able to bend the hose and you'll see through it, but the threads underneath it would still be intact. The rubber rots, not the
Mhm.
threading.
That's exactly
And then
right.
the rubber tubing under those threads because
Right.
it's a
Yeah.
double tubed.
Reed,
Right.
because Reed
But
did
the
it. He
threads
did an
themselves would
experiment.
all still be connected.
Yep.
Did you tell him about that, Reed? About the
I did.
experiment?
I did
Okay.
where Glenn took the dry rotted and bent it, and you can see the dry rot on the top tube. The rope part of it stayed intact, and the tube in it never cut, broke. He had to pull it with a pair of pliers to get the rip in it. But when me and Shay brought it up to the DNR and said, and I even talked to Jeff with the with the police department and told him that it kind of looked and showed him the picture how it was cut. And he said he would contact somebody, and I guess they told DNR, but DNR didn't even say or do anything about it. What they tell you, Shay, that maybe or maybe not it could have tore whenever,
Yep.
but it was
Ronnie
never
Floyd
like that.
He
Ronnie
claimed it
Floyd
tore
put
when
it
it
in
was
his
bobbing.
statement. Yep, he put it in his statement that it could have been like that before, or it could have happened after the boat sank. He's so stupid because if he really thought about it, he would know it couldn't have been like that before, or they would have never made it out to the jetty.
Right. Never.
Yeah. And that's when we talked to Mark, because Mark, that's all he does is like he does bass fishing, and we went straight to him and talked. He's like, the boat was never cranked up. That's a pressured line. If it was cut or tore or anything, because we thought maybe somebody cut it. So when he got out there,
whoever was with you, Shay, when you walked in that building to see that boat, if you really listen closely, whoever that guy was, he points to it and he asked whoever the other guy was that was already there. He said, "What about this? What happened?" And he said, "Man, I don't know. I don't know."
Do they not have cameras there?
Oh, I was doing a video of the you mean
the
the video
boat
I
when you
did
were
of the
walking
boat?
in.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, of the tow place. Do they not have cameras there?
I can ask.
Yeah, ask them, because it's going to show. If they have cameras there, I would think they would have cameras, because it belongs to other people's. So just in case of somebody, they would have to have. If they do have cameras, it would show.
Yeah, because that fence is
people in
open
there.
during the day. Because I'm going to go out there Friday and look at the boat and wherever it's being
Like security
stored at.
cameras there. Yeah, like if they
Yeah,
have
right.
security
I bet
cameras.
they've recorded over themselves though, but I bet you Chris Tucker has them.
But this damage didn't occur according to just by the information that we've collected from the pictures from Cito versus the pictures after Ronnie Floyd took possession of the boat, Misty. So we don't know if it's a CH situation, because when Cito pulled it out, it didn't appear that it had this damage done to it until after Ronnie Floyd took possession of the boat. Is that correct, Shay, when I say that?
I'm sorry, say that again. I couldn't hear you.
On the boat, we have the pictures of
the pictures that
from
Christian
Cito,
Tucker
and
sent
then
me.
right, and then we have the pictures after Ronnie Floyd took possession of the boat and returned it. That's
Shay
when
was
we noticed.
Well,
Shay was able to go after Ronnie Floyd released the boat. So
Yeah.
Ronnie Floyd
Right.
got in contact with it, touched it first, then he released it. Then Shay was able to go to the boat, and that was after DNR had already inspected the boat.
Right. Cito pulled the boat in and sent a picture to Shay. However,
Right.
Ronnie Floyd did not know that Cito had sent her a picture.
Right.
Ronnie
Correct.
Floyd told him that they can't access the boat until he does an inspection. Correct, Shay?
Exactly. So Christian
he had
Tucker,
the
being the
boat
good
for a
person
while.
he is, he sent me these pictures
And
before.
Lloyd didn't know it.
Yeah.
So didn't you get the pictures after? Okay, so Cito picked up the boat. Ronnie Floyd went and inspected the boat. Shay
Cito
went and
sent her
took pictures. But but Shay went to go take pictures. Then we were thinking that somebody cut the lines, but it was, she didn't receive the pictures from Cito until Cito came to the landing, right, Shay? Or did you get them before that?
Hold on, let me look at my text messages real quick between.
Because I can't remember
Cito.
if yeah,
I
because I
just
can't
know
remember
that the
if
boat
Cito.
is still full of water when Cito's pulling it in and sends that picture to Shay.
Right,
After that, Floyd got the boat.
Yeah, because Cito gave the pictures, but it wasn't whenever she took the pictures. It was later on. I believe it was when the guy that pulled the boat came to the landing, spoke to Shay, gave her some pictures, and agreed to write a statement. Or they
And he wrote
Shay
a thing
asked
on his Facebook.
and that's when she got the pictures, and that was a few weeks later.
Okay,
Right,
so
but Shay,
because
how long ago did you realize that that picture, that the line wasn't cut?
How long?
Not recently.
Right.
I just knew it when you posted it on your
because it was when me and you first started talking.
I didn't notice it at all.
I didn't notice it either.
You pointed that out. I really didn't. But I can tell you the first text message I got from him was on Monday, January 30th. And he started sending me pictures of where he found the boat, like the images that you already have with the, where it shows where it was sitting on the shoal. So that's when I got. Let me make sure I'm going down.
They want to know if Tyler had a depth finder on his boat.
No, he didn't. So he sent me the pictures February 9th. I asked for them. I said, can you send me the photos? I'm out here now. That was probably when I was out there. So he said, let me call the boss man, because he didn't want to send them to me without asking his boss, So I said, okay, thank you. And then I said, was it the north side or the south side? And he says, he sends me the pictures with the shoals and all the videos, the live photos. And then he says, I can't remember if I told you, but Facebook suspended my account for 30 days. My boss shared the same post on the Cito Facebook page. It has Cito with Charlotte, North Carolina. And so if you guys remember that, whenever he tried to, make a statement for our family. So these pictures I actually got on February 9th.
Okay, let's clear this up real quick. So there's some confusion about where the boat is now and where the boat was towed to. The boat was towed out of the water. There's not a fence you can jump, if I'm not mistaken. It's an inside of a big building, correct, Shay?
So when I got there, I went there twice.
You walk in a building, though.
Yeah, they had it inside of a building. The first time we went and saw it, this is what I want to point out too. So like the first time I went and saw it, you could tell, he told me, he said we washed it out really good because they could tell it was a big motor. It was expensive. He said he let the water hose run through it for a very long time. And I didn't smell any gas, but the second time we went and my mom went with me, it smelled so strong of gas in there. I mean, that goes to show you how much gas was still left in the tank.
Well,
That's
you
what
can
you see
see on that
bobbing.
plate thing that there was gas on there, but yet it's dry around it, meaning it had to leak on there during that time, which is where that cut in that line is.
Right, and it was actually leaking out onto the inside their garage on the floor, and that's why it was smelling so strong of gas.
So it had to be messed with between the time you went the first time and the second time you went there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shay, did you see that message I sent you?
Hold on one second. Let me look.
This is really good to talk about all of this information because I just don't know if I could make sense of it.
I can't make sense of none of it because I'm telling y'all now, it don't show him in the water on these this map. It shows him near it. It don't show him in it.
So, do you have a timeline that you want to share with us, or is that going to come at a later time?
Well, I have the map that shows his route when I don't have it like timed out, but we know he left his house I can time it out, but I wanted
So
everybody to see the
how long
route
did
that he
you
took.
how long did you say it took for him to get from his house to the landing?
Well, that's why I'm tripping on this recalling him when he says he's in the boat, because that's the record say that he didn't get to that, even down to that area, until 3:42.
What time did it say he left home?
It said he left home at 3:04. But keep in mind, it's picking up towers, so he can be a couple
Okay.
minutes on off.
So, like today, I have Live 360 on my phone. So I left work, and there sometimes can be a delay, and I guess it depends on if you lose service. So where I'm at, I have bad service. So I got home from work today because I had to do some errands about, I don't know, 4:30 roughly. But it didn't ping me to get home until probably about 10 minutes later. So
That's
it was a
because Life
delay.
360, Life 360 uses a triangulation. That's not the same as cell tower tracing. Cell tower tracing.
So there was about a 10-minute from the time I
and there will
arrived.
be with 360.
Mm-hmm.
But here's how the records work. So every tower is, and it's not a straight line or anything. It could be zigzag, triangle, it don't matter. Every tower has what's called an end line. So if you start at the beginning line for this tower, once you get to a certain point, that tower is no longer able to keep you connected. So it hands you off to what's called a switch. And then the next tower it starts at that line, but it might be a Sprint tower or a Verizon tower. Every tower is numbered. And it's so detailed, when your phone connects to that tower, it can tell you what side of the tower you were driving on. If you were on the left side, the right side, whatever. That is how precise it is. So every time that phone moves to a different tower, which is when you're driving, that's how you figure out like what path the person went. That's how they use them.
Yeah, and they could pull the tower records to see exactly.
I have them.
Because, well, it takes,
them.
My mom stays, before you hit Highway 9, she stays, when Linda would pick me up in the morning time. So it takes about 6 minutes to come from Linda's house to my mom's house. So it takes 6 minutes just in that little bit of time there. And then when Linda would pick me up and we would drive to the boat landing, it took us probably about another 20 to 25 minutes. And she drives fast. So
exactly.
That's about a 30-minute drive between her house and the boat landing. And then from the boat landing to the jetties was at least a good 20 to 30 minutes. if you slow down into wake.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
wake zones. So
Dutchess,
that's
can
about
I
an
go ahead and
hour.
share this?
That's accurate.
Can I go ahead and share this so they can see how detailed this really is?
Yes, and thank you, Tammy, for being here. Tammy says Jimmy would have not told him to take his waders off. And thank you for being here, Tammy.
And that's what makes me so angry is that the whole entire time, DNR said he would have never been able to stay afloat with the waders.
He's so
He drowned because he had the waders on. He drowned because he had the waders on. He's right there in that area because he had the waders on. When we found the waders, I mean,
And let me tell y'all something
he
else.
didn't have waders.
Let me tell y'all something else. Now that Miss Tammy, that just jogged my memory. So even after Tyler's phone disconnected from actually being able, if he to try to make it out, whether it went underwater, I'm not going to speculate. I don't know. But the one person that back to back tried to reach him was not Christian. It was not Lakeland. It was Jimmy Long. He tried his damnedest to get a hold of Tyler, and I can show it. He called him, and I told Shay about it today, 6 times back to back, as if he was just praying that Tyler would answer. Even though Tyler didn't answer, he was still calling his phone.
Yes, he still kept trying.
And it shows on the bill. His own damn wife didn't do that.
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
That's why I said hey to Miss Tammy. People need to lay off Jimmy Long.
Oh, somebody gonna end up bankrupt if they try that one again. That's not gonna be a good outcome for anybody. To anybody in the family, matter of fact, I don't care who it is, whether it's Jimmy, Tammy, Shay, just don't do it, because it's just not gonna be a good outcome for you. Be respectful. They've been through enough.
Nancy says, so Reed said Tyler was putting his boat in the water around 3:20. CH calling 911 around 4:56. That means they hunted an hour and a half before Tyler dropping CH off at the jetty.
No. Let's not get no. Let's make sure we clear that up right now. There was a 27-minute phone call in between all of this, and you've got to account for the time it takes to get to the jetty. I don't want nobody thinking that them boys hunted, because we've already had that issue. Have we not, Shay?
Yeah, it takes about 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, as soon as he dropped Christian off, the boat wouldn't start, which makes no sense.
Wouldn't you say it took us about 30 minutes to get out there?
Yeah, it takes a while because, I mean, the no wake zones, as you saw in the video, where we even got stopped, we didn't even, I mean, Chad thought it wasn't a no wake zone, but it took us a good while to get out there, even without getting stopped by the police or whatever you call those people, those police officers in boats.
For sure.
Or wannabe cops. I don't know what they are.
So did you need to share your screen or anything, AJ, that you wanted us to see?
Yeah, I do. You said I press what now? Present?
Yeah, present. I'm going to just share your screen. If it has audio that we need to hear, just make sure you share your audio. Otherwise, you don't need to share your audio. Just share entire screen. When you do present, you'll see share screen, and then do share screen. And there we go.
Okay.
Hang on. Wait a minute here. Here we go. Okay.
So to explain what this is, I'm going to show y'all just how detailed these records are. And I had to do this like one by one. So that's why they don't like have the time. I just started from the time that I knew it was supposed to be of the very first data he had of that morning and went down. But this is just part of, it even shows his IMI. It shows everywhere he connected to. There's hundreds of them. This is just the connection data. These pages are just connection data. But then you take the connection data, and I was able to go into Maptive and upload it as a file. And you can clearly see where it started, and then it comes down here. The only part that I'm going to need Shay or somebody to help me understand is why did it go here and then over to Calabash? That's why I tripped when you said Calabash earlier, Dutchess.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but
say honestly, if he's coming through the waterway right there, that might have been the closest tower.
So is the boat landing somewhere over here?
No, the boat landing would have been, so if you follow the waterway right there. Yeah, well, it could have picked up on these towers because I'm trying to look. No, 22, that's way down there. I don't know why it would have been.
yeah, well, how did he get these markers in
Exactly.
Arcadian Shores?
Exactly. That's not even what's going to blow y'all's mind. I haven't even finished putting in
I
all of them.
am so confused.
Is what's really going to blow y'all's mind is the very first data connection that he had was at the Marcy or the Shark Tooth Aquarium place. I missed something. Oh my goodness. Alexa, stop. I'm so sorry, you guys. She thought I said her name.
So that very last one at the Arcadian, when did that ping? At what time does it say?
That pinged in the morning.
Where does he work at? Where does he work at? Like in the morning after he went missing?
He didn't go to work that day.
Okay, so he could have went south instead of north.
In the morning when he didn't leave his house till 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
Per the ring camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a boat landing at 22, but I'd have to look at that ping more closely where Arcadian Shores is because I don't think it's close to that landing at where that one ping is. She would have to zoom in on it to see where that
drive
ping
down
is.
there at 9 in the morning only to drive back home and come back again with Christian?
I thought he didn't he work a half a day, Shay? Didn't he get off of work early? He went to work that day and got off early.
Yeah, because that guy let him off work.
Did. But let me confirm that with Kim. I can ask her right now. I'll send her a message and make sure because that was who he worked for.
Okay, yeah, because I heard that he had
I thought he went to work.
He was leaving early because he left work early to go hunting.
Yeah.
And they would let him off early a lot of times because their son liked to go duck hunting too. And his boss man would actually let him off work to go duck hunting.
That makes sense then.
Yeah,
because
you told me that.
Wasn't his work truck, but I asked Shay earlier. So, but wasn't his work truck parked in the driveway?
Whenever he left
with Christian
that day,
then that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that morning when he drove. So is that where his work was near in that area? Because if it is, that would make sense. Because he probably.
Well, see, the thing is with his work, what he was doing, he worked on restaurant equipment for them.
Okay.
So he could have been working anywhere, all over the beach, and going to go fix something that morning. And then his boss would have probably said, yeah, go ahead. And I mean, they're very close with Tyler and have known us. I've known his wife my whole life almost. But they love Tyler to death. So they would even let him take their young son out duck hunting with him and take off work early. So, but I'm gonna message Kim right now and ask her, did he go to work that day?
Jennifer, I just want to answer your question really quick. I saw that you asked back up here, which we have talked about this on a previous live stream. She's asking, when the waders were found, did y'all already pass that area and found them on the way back? And was that Dylan guy in the boat behind y'all? And she did say that that yes, they were turning around to go back the other way. That's when they saw the waders. And yes, Dylan and two other guys were on the boat. And I don't remember, was he ahead of you guys or behind y'all?
Marie,
Shay?
why don't you
He was
explain
on
that? Because you told me to go to the back of the boat.
Yeah, he would be further on the north side of us, so he was kind of coming from the north. And over the time that I was going out on the boat, throughout all that time before even we found the waders, we passed by that area all the time. So that's why I couldn't understand how we found the waders, because we had already drove past that. We went each time we'd go a little bit further. So he went a little bit further that particular day, but he followed the grid every time we went out. He would do the same lines back and forth. So we go on the south side, then turn around and come on the north side, and then back and forth like that. So we went in grids. So that particular day wasn't the first day that we passed by that. And if the waders was traveling from the jetties to the north, why couldn't we find them the days before that?
That does.
They would have been there. They would have been.
The Coast Guard, I mean, the North Carolina DNR, South Carolina DNR, and not to mention all the volunteers that were out there searching.
And the other boats.
It's just, we passed, Marie, remember we passed the DNR?
Yep.
When we were out there? And they were coming from, well, of course they can't go across the border, I wouldn't think. I don't know if they can or not in water, but we passed them. I got that on my my Ray-Ban shades. But after all that time, it took us bumping into DJ in his boat with his friends, which come to find out Brian Mercer was on that boat too. I didn't know it at the time. I didn't even know that was Dylan Johnson on that boat until, a month ago. But anyway, we kept bumping into them, but we were bumping into the DNR from South Carolina, but we didn't really see any other boats that day. Except for those two. I don't think so. Right, Marie?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing any other boats. DNR stayed really close to the jetty rocks.
Yeah.
And
they hardly ever went very far from there.
To answer your question, Debbie, I think
the last time his phone connected too. His phone pinged at 5:55. His last call was at 4:54.
Debbie, the answer to your question is he did apparently look up some waders on Marketplace. Is it possible that he went to go and ride out that morning to go look at the waders? Or, I mean, it's possible. I don't know.
I just
wanted to clarify that.
I sent his boss a message, so I'll wait for that. That'll probably come tomorrow.
I don't know why he would want to buy another pair of waders when he just got a brand new pair from his mom.
Right.
Exactly.
Because I remember, because when I talked to Michelle, she felt bad because the whole time the DNR said, even though everybody said that he took the waders off and that he said the waders, the DNR did not want to listen to that. They swore up and down that he had his waders on, and Michelle felt bad because she said, I just bought him that waders. We went for Christmas. I bought them for Christmas. He picked them out. But DNR did not care.
Shay,
he had those waders on.
Facebook trying to buy a pair from the other guy?
What'd you say?
Was he not on Facebook on the Marketplace on that morning talking to that other guy about buying those waders?
Yeah. Yeah. And
that's crazy to me.
Right.
Like, why would he need another pair? And he had a pair that he left.
Exactly what I said. And there's even a picture of them, ain't there, Shay?
There is. And you know what? I mean, I hate to say this. I mean, either somebody had his phone at that point, which is, I don't know if that's possible, or either he was being the good, kind-hearted person that he was, and he was going to buy Christian holding a pair of waders.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe he had. Didn't Christian have a pair? Did Christian have a pair on?
That would be very possible.
Right.
Yeah. But he didn't have waders on. Did he have waders
Christian
on in that
did have
picture?
a pair of waders on, but who's to say that that's not the ones that
he bought?
Yep. You're right.
He could have bought them for him.
Yeah, he was like that. You know, if you wanted something, and if you needed something and didn't have it, he would give you the shirt off his back. That's the kind of person he was.
Tammy says you always need an extra pair.
That would have
That's
made him
true,
3.
Tammy.
He would have had them.
I had
'Cause
somebody
he
tell
had,
me, yeah, I'll have 4 or 5 pair of waders. I'm like, dang. Maybe
well,
it's
I
because
mean,
if they get wet, you got to let them dry out or something. Like, I mean, I don't know what these hunters do, but I figure Aiden could tell us, there was
did he
anything I
have,
needed to know.
did you see a picture of the waders that he was responding to, what size they were? Because if they were,
Shay, did it say that in the ad?
I'd have to go through my pictures and look. Hold on, I'll check.
I think it said 13, but I don't want to quote on that.
13 would
I
be.
didn't know. I didn't know that waiter. I thought they went off like if you wear a large, you wear a large. If you wear a medium, you wear a medium. But these had actual size.
Yeah, they go by your boot size.
So that would make sense because he has a big foot.
That does make sense.
Right, Aiden? A
And
huge foot.
And now I know why my husband's are so big, because they're huge and they weigh a ton. I don't know how in the heck y'all wear them things.
It's what I don't understand. Aiden, would he have to put the waders on before getting in the boat and going? Because wouldn't it be like, with that being such a flat bottom boat, wouldn't it be hard if the water's rough to stand up and get those waders on, much less get them off?
yeah, he would have put them on at the landing.
So that means Christian Holden would have put his on at the landing too, correct?
Yeah, they both would have put them on at the landing. That's what we always do.
But can you wear a PDF with the waders that go on like that? I mean, that seems like that's really bulky, and like Tyler's very hot natured. Is it likely he would have wore a PDF and the waders at the same time?
Not with that float coat on, I don't think so.
but to get the waders off, he would have had to take the waders are so tight that they definitely could have not went over a float coat, or it would have went under it. So he would have had to remove any life vests or anything like that to get the waders off, unless Shay, were they clipped or unclipped? Because I cannot remember.
They were unclipped.
They're unclipped.
Yeah,
they were unclipped.
Mm-hmm.
Now he could have probably unclipped them, put his hands up under and unclipped and pulled them down like that. But
because I even remember you, Marie, saying, and they're unclipped when you were crying. You said, and they're unclipped.
Even if he didn't get the life jacket all the way on, Tyler would have at least known to grab that seat or grab hold. A life jacket can still save you if you don't have it all the way on. He would have grabbed onto it, I would think.
He would have fought for his life.
She was still living at home whenever he went missing. She was living there until June, right?
Yeah, I have to pull it up and be for sure, but I know she was still living at home when he went missing for sure. She lived
So did he leave a pair of waders on the porch? Those hanging up, that might have been another pair.
That's the pair where he went with those guys the day before, where he's holding up that duck and they're leaning against the tree. That's that pair.
Well, Tyler wasn't a very, very, I'm not saying he was a fat boy, but I mean, Tyler was solid, so he was known for busting the seams out of his waders, especially like the crack of his butt.
Yeah.
That's like my husband. But those waders he had, that was in the water, were brand new. Because the first thing I did was smell them to see if I smelled like anything where, like dead tissue or anything like that, and it smelled new.
Was Tyler's shoes in the truck?
That's what I wanted to know.
Reed took me to the truck and he said, I want you to look at this, because Reed got the keys, and he pulled up the back seat. He opened the back door of Tyler's truck and he pulled the seat up in the back, and there were 3 shotguns or rifles. I don't know the difference. I mean, I would say they were shotguns, I guess. 3 of them were laying underneath the seat, and there were shoes inside the truck. And I said to Reed, I said, what the hell? I said, whose guns? I said, whose guns were out there and whose guns were these? So Reed goes, I don't know, but we need to find out. And he slammed his seat down. He was very upset because, honest to God, at this point, Reed told me he had only met the kid one time himself. You know, he didn't know him very well either. And he was just as upset as I was whenever we went to the other landing after we initially made it to the first landing and we never saw Tyler come, you know, up there. We were by his truck and Brian got a call from one of his friends that could hear, or got a call from, I guess his friend was working with EMS or something. I don't know. Anyway, so he said they got him. He's at another landing. That's when we all take off. And Reed was just as upset as I was at Christian Holden whenever we found out Tyler's boat just kept drifting by where Cito was taking it by.
So can I ask you, whose 3 guns were under Tyler's seat? Were they not his?
I mean, I think that day he had his very expensive gun with him, and it's one that you can't. I mean,
The Benelli.
Aiden can tell you about it. I mean, it's not metal; it's made out of like some kind of plastic composite. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's the only one he had with him out there, but I don't know. I even asked.
See, I don't understand that either, you guys. Because here's my thing. From my understanding, again, I've only been dove hunting. I ain't never been duck hunting. I don't even know if it's the same thing, but you only get one shot, and you're not going to do that from a boat on rough water. Why would they both have? Wouldn't it be Christian or whoever was going to be on the rocks having a gun?
That's why I asked Ronnie. I said, "Did you even confirm that was his gun that he just took off with? I mean, was that Tyler's gun? Because I could see Tyler saying, "Here, buddy,
Well,
you know, let
Ronnie
you use my good gun."
shit because he wasn't there until 4 hours
Right.
after that.
He wasn't there, but Aiden can tell you. Tyler would probably say, "Go ahead and use. I want you to use my gun. You know, use this good gun." I mean, apparently it was very expensive,
And
so
that's what I'm thinking.
to this
Because
day
he
I've
says it
wondered
to
that.
911, but he tells 911 there was a gun on the boat. He never, anybody that deals with guns knows that if you know the police are about to come for whether it's emergency crime, no matter what, the first thing you do is let them know that you got a firearm. That is
Right.
just common knowledge, basic rule. He
But-
says there's a gun on the boat. He never tells them that he has one.
So we're just under the assumption the guns in the truck were also Tyler's? Because, I mean, to bring 4 guns, I mean, you have 3 in the truck and you've got one on the boat with you,
Well,
plus the one that Christian has. I mean, I was just wondering if he always brought that many guns. I see, as Sam said, he always had 2 or 3 guns. So
My daddy always kept 2 in his truck and then one on the back window.
Aiden can probably tell you, but I don't know because I never went hunting with Tyler. So, but I mean, let the guys. I bet they can explain it.
Okay.
It wouldn't be uncommon for Tyler to have a couple guns under his back seat.
Okay.
My daddy had a rack that hung behind his, like on the window of his truck, and there was 2 guns always there.
Well, I still can't understand is that if Aiden went out there a few times with him and he was never let off on the jetty rocks, why all of a sudden Tyler would let somebody off on the jetty rocks. And I still can't understand why North Carolina, the North Myrtle Beach Rescue had Christian Holden jump into water when he could perfectly walk to the beach.
Thank you. That makes no sense.
Yeah, me neither, because they even risked one of their own, and that person went in, put the PDF on him, and then brought him back to the boat. That don't make sense.
Yeah, that's what the DNR said, that the water was too rough to get up to the jetty rocks. So one of the North Myrtle Beach rescue guys jumped into water and swam. But then the way Christian Holden's grandmother wrote was that they made him jump into the water after throwing a float to him, but never mentioned that somebody jumped in the water. But then I'm like, well, it was a dead tide. And in that area, somebody has asked in the last live, like how deep that water was. So we went on a dead tide out there, and I couldn't never understand because I always thought he went in on the south side until Cito said no, it was the north side, because on the south side it's 30 some foot of water on a dead tide. and then it kind of goes, that's how deep it goes, and then it goes like 20 foot. And then on the north side, you have spots with 4 foot, 5 foot, 7 foot. And then they did have holes that you can go 10 foot, 12 foot, 20 foot. But where his boat had got stuck on that sandbar was only 7 foot. So even if he went into the water on a dead tide, because the water was going out, we know it was really low because his boat got caught on that sandbar. Why could have he not touched the water? And
Right.
if the water was so rough, because that day, that what I just sent you was a day that they were going out there and had to turn around because the water was rushing in on the jetty rocks. So that was a small craft advisory. We went out there, and the waves were, 4 to 5 foot waves. Those waves are huge at 4 to 5 foot. I thought they were 8 foot waves, and I was corrected by DNR and said, nope, that's just 3 to 5 foot. You would have seen that in the pictures, and there's no way that he could have got close enough safely in an aluminum boat to have gotten next to those rocks without damaging the boat.
That's what I said, because I have a picture of the Coast Guard people saving another girl off of those rocks, and I went and I checked the level from that date and time, and it was deeper then, and it was still only up to the Coast Guard guy's waist.
When me and Shay was out there and we were looking, and the waves were kind of like, they weren't even rough. It was enough to where she was getting nauseated because we weren't going very fast. But we didn't even get really close to the rocks because we didn't want to bank up to the rocks, and it wasn't even rough out there. So I don't understand that.
My brother said that, and I don't know if this is true, but he said that from the way it looked on the screen, that the motor would have bottomed out if he would have pulled up to those rocks.
It's shallow in a lot of those areas. F-bomb mom, I think Aiden has also said that when he's been hunting out at the jetties with Tyler, they didn't use decoys. So that's a fair point, because why would you want to bring the decoys out there? And that would be hard to retrieve them, just like Gimme the Seaweed said earlier. That didn't make any sense to me either. And when Evil entered, real quick, not that I'm aware of, Shay can answer that question, but I will be going out there on Friday, and I'm hoping that AJ is going to send me some stuff so that we can do whatever we need to do.
I need to get that sent out in the morning. Yeah, it's super simple, and
we're going to do whatever it takes.
Yep.
So with duck hunting, especially if you're trying to duck hunt as much as possible, I think Tyler had a area up underneath where he kept his life jackets and stuff, right, Shay?
Yeah, he did.
All right, so during duck hunting season, especially someone that loved, because I don't know what he did with his boat, but when I used to date a guy and we duck hunted, so during duck hunting season, we would keep the duck decoys on the boat and only would remove them. So if he had his duck decoys, he could have had them up underneath where his life jackets were and just had them in the boat. I truly don't believe that he would have threw the duck decoys in the ocean, because one, it would take them away, and he wouldn't want, usually your duck decoys are used for like rivers and lakes and things like that. So they stay in the spot where you put them by the weight. And then that allows the other ducks to come in. All I could think is when the boat went in under the water, because most of it was underwater, if he had the duck decoys on the boat, then they would have just like floated out. But now, just like we found a duck decoy, I'm pretty sure it didn't have I can't remember, but I can't remember. I don't think it had a weight and a string on it. I think it was just the duck decoy, but I can't be 100%.
They have weights and strings?
Yes,
yeah,
pull them back.
Yes.
But remember there was one little duck that was, when I went to Seatow to look at the boat, There was still a duck decoy that lasted in the boat, and I don't know if he was like inside one of the little cubbies or what. So Mama took it with her, and he's floating around
So
in the pond.
wait a
And I have
minute. Let me make sure I got this right. So he was supposed to go out in this, what we have been told, or what we know was not meant for small boats that day, was rough water. Although I didn't see it looking that rough. I don't live there, so pictures can be deceiving. But he was going to set out these decoys with this string and pull them back and steer this boat and stand up and take a shot all on this choppy water.
I don't think.
Is that
Yeah,
what
I
people are
don't.
trying to say?
Well, I don't think that he put the duck decoys out there in the ocean. I think that they just. I think if they were going to shoot ducks, they were just going to shoot the ducks as they were flying around in the
Isn't it
area.
illegal to shoot from the boat, Aiden? Like,
I don't know. If it was, then we would have got in trouble.
No, you can
oh,
you can
shit.
shoot. No,
Maybe.
you can shoot ducks from the boat because you can do that in the river and lake and stuff like that. You could put blinds up or put your duck decoys and you pull away, and as the ducks, you're trying to get the ducks. That's like in a lake or a river, so your ducks are stationary; they don't move. That's why you put the string and the weight hits the ground, so your ducks kind of stay there unless the water current pulls. I don't see somebody putting duck decoys in an ocean because the currents are going to move it, so it's pointless. In the
No,
ocean, the duck decoys would be pointless.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
at Bomb Mom, they did find a couple of life jackets on the boat and 2 throwable PDFs.
when me and Tyler would go out, we would take turns laying on the bow of the boat, and he would drive. And I mean, we would be riding wide open and shoot ducks as they were flying by.
Did you just say you
Or
would lay on the bow of the boat?
Yeah, lay on your chest.
Oh,
I think
Because
there was 2 that was
99%.
retrieved.
Because out there, the
99
ducks are flying pretty low to the water.
Yeah, they fly right above the water. We've
So
seen a lot of ducks out there when we're out there.
Tyler would be like, there's one, and I would lay down and shoot at it.
wow.
And see, like in the river and stuff, you put the duck decoys because you want the ducks to come down, because most of the time they're flying up higher, unless you get lucky and they're on the water. But most of the time you shoot your ducks as they're flying.
Yeah, I'm learning that dove hunting and duck hunting is nothing alike. Nothing
I love
alike.
the little ducks. I have the little mom and dad duck, and they come back every year because ducks mate for life, and they're having babies right now, and they're sweet, and they're growing up. And I love the little ducks. I could never imagine hurting them.
In that video I did, you can see whenever we were going into the jetties and around the islands right there, even when we went out, you could see a lot of ducks.
Wow. So I
rarely see the black ducks.
Yeah, I'm gonna upload
I didn't see
all of these documents to the site, to the website. So if anybody wants to go through and see if they can point out something that we've missed, please feel free. But
okay,
I'm still confused on why they were able to ping his phone at 5:55, but his last call was an hour before that. I'm still not understanding that.
And a lot of people had talked about, why they wanted us to do the timeline. And, once again, the timeline needs to consist of facts. A lot of us have our guesses about what we think should be on the timeline, but if it's not factual information, then it doesn't need to be on the timeline. So getting this information is really what we needed to solidify exactly everything that happened that day. And without this official record, we wouldn't have been able to really give you the most accurate timeline.
I wouldn't even think Taylor was ever in that water.
Yeah,
no
and
way.
that's a big deal, guys, is
But I
knowing
don't
that.
want this the fact that we think now that Tyler, or that I think now that Tyler was, I don't want this to take away from the fact that the bottom line is Christian Holden did wrong. Tyler trusted him. He waited 13 minutes, and DNR did a shitty ass job from the jump. So just because I think now that Tyler was in that water, it still comes down to Christian wasn't a friend, and DNR didn't give a damn, and they both need to answer for that. So Tyler being or not being in the water still does not change that.
Right.
So Shay had a GoPro, okay, and she bought the GoPro, and we put a string around it, and she had it hooked to, was it Wi-Fi? Was it hooked to your
Yeah, I did the
Wi-Fi?
hotspot
The
on my
hotspot
phone.
for the Wi-Fi, the hotspot. And as soon as that GoPro went under the water, the signal was lost immediately.
Well, then I don't know what the hell we got going on here.
So I know it would be the same thing if the cell phone went underwater. It would not have a signal.
Can I share my screen real fast, Dutchess?
Yeah, because that makes no sense how it lingered, because when Shay had it to her Wi-Fi, the GoPro, you would think would, because she wanted to watch it as it was going under the water, but as soon as it hit the water, I mean, not even that far under the water, it lost signal.
Okay, well, here's my, can y'all see it? Now, this is not UTC time. As you can see, this is the only part that they do in GMT time, which is, I believe, you take 4 hours away. So 21 would be 9 o'clock. So that's 21:55. So that's 9:55 GMT time. Take 4 hours. That's 5:55 South Carolina time. And as you can see, there are many of them, and they're not the same. Like these ones right here are the same, but then it switches to this, and then like his phone had to still be on or this would not come up.
Let's see.
Okay, wait.
21:55 GMT is 9:55 p.m. So that would be 5:55 South Carolina time. That's almost 5 minutes before 6 p.m. His phone made this recording.
Can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So there were 2 people out there that day. One can't speak for himself.
That's right.
The other one won't speak.
Right.
So until he wants to speak, his own father wouldn't speak to my husband to let us have some insight to find my nephew the next morning. So until they want to speak, I don't think we're going to really ever know what happened out there.
Yeah.
Because if it were my child, I would make him get his ass on the phone and he would speak and he would be out there. If it were Tyler, you wouldn't even have to ask him. He would have never left that night.
Oh, Shay, don't misunderstand. And I'm being dead serious.
Oh, no.
One way or another, he's going to speak. He's going to speak, or he's going to get tired of seeing his face with the saying beside it that I waited 911. I waited 13 minutes to call 911 while my friend drowned. I don't care what it takes. We can put a bumper sticker on every car, a billboard on every street. He's going to talk one way or another.
I know, but you know what? I sit here and I think about it. It comes down to 2 people, and one is not here. The other one won't talk. It just, that really makes me so mad.
Scooter Brown says that's 4:55, but I think we were just explain the time thing again to Scooter Brown.
Let me make sure I'm right, because I've got, when I do GMT time to South Carolina time, so if it's 3:50 to almost 4 a.m., that's almost 12 a.m. So how is that 4:55? You take away 4 hours.
GMT is 4, because it's 4 hours ahead of South Carolina. So
right. So if I go back here, that would mean, because 21 in military time is 21:55. So basically, let's just say it's 22. Take 4 hours from that. What do you have? So that'd be 10 o'clock. Take 4 hours. That's 6. That's 5:55 to 6. Am I doing that wrong? What's 5:55 to 9:55? That's 4 hours difference, correct?
You're correct.
Yes, that's right.
All right. So under a cell phone, Wi-Fi cannot penetrate through water. So once the phone goes underwater, you'd have no signal.
Yeah.
No,
So
the time hasn't changed yet, Bonnie, in South Carolina.
I'm confused on why that's wrong. Aiden, what time is 21
We
55
hadn't
military
fallen back
time?
yet.
That's
Because
not.
You said the first time you said 5 hours.
5 hours
That's
is
on.
for the
That's
UTC.
UTC time.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, see, some of the papers are done in UTC time, and like this particular historical
It's the
precision
only one done
is
in
done in
GMT.
GMT.
Correct.
Yeah, they gave us both.
See, look, these ones.
Yeah, yeah. So she's going to show you where it says the UTC.
See, for this one, it specifically tells you that it's provided. If you read right here, it's provided in UTC time. It also says it right here, which is
Yes.
different from. See, y'all start getting me confused, making me second guess myself.
And you have to
Yeah.
take into
And this one
consideration
is
if it's
GMT,
daylight
so it's
savings
different.
time or not.
So it's 5 hours for UTC. It's 4 hours for GMT. And I only figured that out because the little my buddy thing. I don't know where it went, but it tells you all of that.
Yeah, because the math don't math for us like in our minds. We have to use.
Oh no. I know military time, but not when you get to go in UTC and GMT.
Yeah, when you do all of this, like I have to have this little thing that she sent me right here.
So I think what she's saying, like in January, we were in a different time.
But look, it doesn't matter because I put it to January and it does the same exact thing.
Okay, it does the same.
Yep. Because I thought about that. See, it lets me go all the way back to January. And if I put January 26th and I put, say, 2,000 hours, this is for GMT. Look, it comes for, and the wait, is Charlotte, South Carolina different?
Well, it's North Carolina, but that's only, it's in the same time zone.
Okay, so on that date, January 26th, which was Thursday, at 20 o'clock GMT,
it was
1500. Was 1500 y'all's time.
You know, it doesn't make sense. Shay, didn't you and Linda watch Tyler's phone go die?
So, Mom got a notification, and I can't even remember what time it was because
it was late.
It was
really late.
I had already ran down Sunset Beach and almost died out there myself until we had to get Chad's truck. I mean, I think by the time we got in the car back with my mom, everybody left except for me and her because, she wasn't going to leave. And we were trying to just wait and just rest. And I remember I almost dozed off and I heard her phone go do-do-do-do like that, I said, what was that? And we looked at it and it said that Tyler's phone had went dead.
Okay, so it was a notification, Shay?
Yeah, it was a notification.
I have read with Life 360 that there has been several times where a notification came in like so delayed. Like the person's phone down way before and then the notification came. So that makes more sense to me because I've wondered about that.
Right, because it's done it for me too.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand, like, if it was underwater and you can't get no signal and can't pick up Wi-Fi, why were they getting notifications that the phone died like many hours later?
Because it was delayed somehow.
And remember, Marie, whenever you were there, how bad your signal was on your phone underneath that bridge?
It was terrible.
I wonder if that's what was going on with Mama's phone.
Yeah.
They say the AT&T right there in the Myrtle Beach area is the absolute worst.
It's awful.
I had Verizon and I could barely get a signal.
Yeah.
That's because there's no Verizon towers right there.
Yeah, it was awful. I got better signal out there in the ocean than I did under that bridge.
And this is gonna sound so silly, but I promise until all of this, I didn't think that you could get a signal out in the ocean.
Oh yeah, I was talking on the phone having a signal about 12 miles out.
Because of the hotels that have all the towers on them. Those cell phone towers on the hotels.
Yeah, like the one in Ocean Isle Beach.
Yeah.
Because you know that when we were talking about that ping, and AJ had pointed out that the cell tower that was on top of the hotel. Well, when I put that into Google Earth, it brought me to the house and I walked out there in that video, and it's right beside the hotel.
Yeah, I got a lot of hate that time when I did the call the woman when I was out there in the ocean. They said, how did I have a signal out there in the ocean? Yeah, my signal was good out there, better than it was on the.
Yeah, I mean, I've been
learned
on
that
many
you can have a
cruises.
signal when Shay had texted me from the what was that thing that y'all were on, Shay? The cruise thing?
Oh yeah, the
The
cruise.
cruise.
Yeah, the
That's
cruise.
when I first learned that you could have a phone out in. Yeah, I didn't know none of that.
And we had, I mean, we were probably a good 15 minutes away from the port, and I still wasn't connected to the ship's Wi-Fi, and I had a signal that far out.
Well, I mean, I know we used our phones. Like, I know you could, like, on the Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, but that's because we have our own towers.
Right.
But I didn't know you could on a regular boat.
Yeah, it'll last you a while out there, because of the hotels, the many hotels that have all those towers on top of them, the cell phone towers. So actually, the hotel
Night camshaft.
they have to pay there's guys that own cell phone towers, and they pay the hotel to put them on top of the hotel. So
I am going to upload all of these files. You guys, there's a lot of them, so give me a few minutes, but I will do it tonight. You got my word on that, and then y'all can go through them too. There's a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna take off the screen there. Okay, there we go. So you guys go over and make sure you take a look at all of the, because it's a lot. It's a lot of data. I was really overwhelmed when I first saw all of the latitude and longitudes. I was like, I'll be plotting for days trying to figure this out. But this is really what we need to make an accurate timeline. So hopefully, we can sit down and get it all mapped out in order with the times, so we can make, like, maybe we can make a short video of a timeline on a map, to just see exactly if we can retrace what happened that day. I think that'll really help us to have a understanding about some of those things. Oh, there you go. When I took your screen down, it took you down too.
Yeah, I was like, dang, did she just kick me out?
No, it was because I was trying to remove your screen, and I think it like booted the whole thing. So I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
I'm glad you came back, because I was like, oh my gosh, it took out the whole thing. So thank you for coming back. But and I have a couple videos that I still want you guys to watch too, that talks about what other responsibilities and training is supposed to be for the DNR. And I actually have some videos from the South Carolina DNR that I want you to watch. But what's interesting is I've seen a lot of different states like Georgia and North Carolina. They have game warden academies, and I've been watching them upload their training and what's required of them, their basic law enforcement, and showing it online. The last video that I have of South Carolina DNR showing what their training is for their officers was 13 years ago.
What a joke.
And I want you guys to see it. AJ also sent me some papers. It's 150 pages from the South Carolina Legislative Oversight Judicial Committee. And we've talked about that committee before, because there's a couple of people like Case Britton that's on that committee that I would really really want him to take a look at this. He's somebody that I think could look at this fairly and see the Doyle side of things. And when I got this document, my mind was blown, guys.
Yeah, it's a lot.
They've already seen this before. They called in, wrote this letter, and I was reading you guys some of that before when AJ had to go take a call and handle whatever she needed to do. I was kind of walking you guys through that, and I want to show some of that because when I got to the part where it was listing all the different things like negligence and the charges being brought up against the DNR officers, I couldn't even wrap my head around it. And I want to make sure that you guys are made aware of that. It's so important because there is a there's a something that's going on, and this is not just a one-time situation.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. It's a history.
You know, and we've got to talk about the truth so we can break the cycles of corruption in our agencies. We have a lot of officers that are out here putting their lives on the line. And like, this is not right. Like, if you're not here to protect and serve, you should just go find something else to do.
I mean,
yeah, I definitely don't want the attitude that all officers are bad because that's not the case.
Right.
It's not.
Yeah.
But can we just say for the record, like, the DNR needs to be like police fish in South Carolina, like,
and leave the other. And if you read what their thing is, it specifically says they are actually supposed to assist law enforcement. They're not supposed to run a missing persons case.
Well, and you know what? We proved that very well whenever we got him, and he didn't know what to do, and he denied a missing persons report for a precious soul that should have got a missing person report day 2, but it took him till March 27th to do anything because he's stupid.
Oh my God.
Listen, we didn't speak out about it at first, but there just came a time, guys, that too many of the orange and yellow and red flags, it was just too much. It was, and that's when I told Shay, I said, you're going to have to call SLED. We're going to have to, they're not going to let us file this report. Look at all that you've done.
Right.
You know, and I said, we've got to let people know all these phone calls. Like, I knew about that long before we ever put that out, you know, to the public. Like, you know, I said, Shay, you just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing the right thing because this is you, because of you, Shay. That's how this is getting exposed.
I couldn't do it without all of you. I couldn't, but I can say this. You know, when he lied to us day after day, it was like he's going to pop up in 4 days. It's going to be 7 days. It's going to be 15 days. It's going to be another week from now. Like, it was constantly, you know, oh, we know we found him. His waiters pulled him right down underneath the jetties, right there where his boat, where his phone went down. You know, it was a tree. So if you don't know what you're doing, eventually pass that on to somebody else who can really do an investigation. And we don't have to, as a family, do it ourselves and friends. I mean, AJ shouldn't have to be going through all these records and putting stuff together. I mean, this is something that we're doing their job. I mean, they should be policing the waters for people catching fish that are too small. Other than that, they're good for nothing when it comes to a human being.
Yeah, because Brad said that when he came, he said that he thinks that just within a few days he had already came up and went back there.
Right.
And you know what? The thing that's got me now, as of today, that I will not let go and will not get over, is Miss Linda is on that phone and she's asking him specifically for phone records, and she's crying, and he could have eased some of the pain right then.
And do you
Screw
see
him? I don't care what it takes. Ronnie Floyd is not going to get away with that one.
And it doesn't matter what you ask that man. I mean, I've been on the phone with him on the north side of the jetties with Brian when we didn't want to leave. And we would sit on the beach and cry because we didn't want to leave. And I was like, you know what? Forget this. I'm going to call him. He wouldn't answer my call. I called him nonstop until he finally picked up the phone. And I was crying. And it was cold. And I was like, you know, we're the only ones out here still looking. And you still will not give me a missing persons report for my nephew. What's it going to take? I said, and then that's when he told me that we need to go to church. And I was like,
oh my God.
It's like talking. I can't even, I might as well go talk to a stop sign and ask it to move across
You know
the
what
other
I would
side
have
of the
said?
street.
I'm a smart ass. I would have been like, I'm an atheist. And I'm not, but I would have said that.
Well, what I told him
Just
was,
because
I said,
it's ridiculousness.
right. I mean, he doesn't need to involve religion. I'm pretty sure that there's some kind of, well, maybe not with the DNR. I guess they could say whatever they want to. We were told that one of the guys was selling, what was it, Marie, cat meat or coon meat?
Cats.
Wait,
Cats,
cats. Right.
Wait.
I mean, I literally sat there and heard him say that to all of us. And this is a DNR agent who's retired now, so he didn't have to worry about anything, I guess. But he's the one who sat there all day long and just did nothing but eat. And he would tell us the most outlandish, ridiculous stuff. I mean, it was awful. But, I mean, don't tell me that I need to go to church. Listen, I grew up in church. I'm saved. I know who God is. I know who's in my heart. I don't have to worry about any of that. I'm asking you for a missing persons report. What's that got to do with me going to church?
Okay, wait, you just
Right.
something in my mind, Shay. Hold on.
100%.
So with the OIG, technically you can't submit a complaint to them unless it involves not disability, what's it called? Discrimination. Religion is a part of discrimination, correct? Like if you don't believe how they believe, they can discriminate, right?
Right, and I would think there's some
So
kind of
how does
policy
he
in
know?
place.
Right. So how does he know that you're religious like that? Why did he even bring religion to you?
Right.
That's how we can get around and submit the complaint to OIG.
I'm glad to do that because you know what? I don't need anybody to question my religion. I asked him for a missing persons report.
Yeah,
That's who you're
not
dealing
for
with.
Kevin to have to say, well, you know, y'all just need to accept that Tyler's in heaven holding, you know, the 8-week-old baby that Lakeland didn't have. Like, that's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That law enforcement has no business speaking to a family about that. Is none of his business. You don't need to take it there. That is not professional at all.
You can ask
Stay
Marie.
in your lane.
She knows me very well. She knows I'm very tenderhearted. I'm very kind. It takes a lot to set me off. And whenever he said that, it just struck me the wrong way. And I was like, you really expect me to believe that? And he was like, well, if you were a stupid person, you probably would, wouldn't you?
Wait,
This
what?
is truth.
Oh my God.
I'm serious.
They were terrible.
I'm telling you.
Can I make a bumper sticker or a shirt that's like Barney Fife as a leprechaun? Because he's a damn idiot.
Yeah, it was
I
bad.
guarantee there's
no
people in
common
the
sense.
chat that make T-shirts. I bet you somebody will make us something up.
AJ, if you were me out there, you wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes out there with them.
Huh?
You wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes because you would have went bananas.
Oh yeah, that
people.
Yeah. See, that's why I love Dutchess so much, because she knows when and how to be calm, and that's at the time that she's not trying to dog walk somebody. But me, I haven't learned that yet.
And see, that's what I love about both of y'all. The two different personalities, but you know, I had to bite my tongue in half a lot when I was out there. Marie did too.
Oh yeah.
See, no.
I'd sit there, listen and watch, and
He
just
tried
listen
to
and
dip
watch.
toes. It's good to see you. I'm not gonna be dog walking anybody, y'all. That's not me. Y'all know me better than that now. I do get a little irritated at people. Like there's people be doing too much on the internet. I don't these keyboard warriors. I don't know. There's a whole thing. I really thought Mercury was still in retrograde. for the longest time, because things have really amped up, like on YouTube, on Facebook, like everybody's attacking everybody. There's a whole thing. When evil entered knows all about it. Tragedy Pimp Exposed knows all. There's a whole thing that's happened. I just try to stay out of that because we have work to do here. Because I mean, all the while all these people are beating up and chastising people about their mistakes and whatever they're going through, corruption like this is happening.
Right.
And that's why we have to keep talking about these cases, because Tyler is still missing.
Yep.
And the law enforcement, the DNR, the game wardens, I'm watching a show right now, by the way, guys, and it's called Joe Pickett.
You know what? I don't even want to. Don't even mention that to me, Dutchess,
Joe
because
Pickett, guys, you need to
because
go
of
watch
you,
this show.
I didn't go to bed till 4:30 this morning, and I'm
Oh
on the
my
one where the
God.
guys on the. I'm the one where the guy found dead on his wood pile. Thank you
Listen,
to
yes,
Dutchess and her
Oat.
husband. But that is
Oat was
y'all's
found
fault.
dead on his. Listen, it's about game wardens in Wyoming, but let me just tell you that the only thing that my husband could say during the first episode was, "Oh my God, this is like Ronnie Floyd."
And that is
Oh
what
my
he
God,
said with
this
you
is
on the
like South
phone
Carolina.
yesterday. That got me on this stupid show, and I really liked it, but I didn't go to sleep till 4 o'clock this morning. So thank you to you and your husband.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm
We're
gonna
so
watch it.
invested in this show, y'all.
Where
And
is what is
Watch
it?
it's
the rest
all
of
about
it right
game
here.
wardens and the corruption. And y'all, when you see this show, you're just going to be like, this is a Ronnie Floyd moment.
I
Like,
Okay,
there's
swear you
lots
are.
of those.
what
But
network?
I don't think Ronnie Floyd would have got the gun back from him when he took the gun the first time.
I think
No.
it's on Hulu
Okay, what's it
or
called?
something like that, but it's called
Joe
Joe
Pickett.
Pickett.
Got it.
Where are you watching it at, AJ? Is it on Hulu?
I'm watching it on Paramount.
I
Oh,
got that.
no, Paramount. You're right, Paramount. Okay. I
Thanks
can't
to you
remember
and
all
your
of it.
husband.
We Only Murders in the Building was on Hulu. That's another great show.
Okay.
But that you need to see that, because this
Say
whole
your
game warden thing, it's crazy. And that's what made me have to look at this document even more closely that AJ sent me about all of this corruption that my state has been involved in. I mean,
Right. Go to Pacer and look it up. Like, I mean,
oh my gosh,
stuff they
like
do it's horrible, and they haven't won a single one of those cases that I've read through on Pacer for South Carolina. I mean, they invade people's land, and they are
They
overzealous.
literally got caught on camera baiting Humble's land because when he bought it, he said to them, "You're not hunting on my land no more. Move that deer stand." They didn't
look,
like that.
now I ain't gonna be able to go to sleep if I don't share my screen right now. Okay. Listen. This is from 2018. But I got to get down here to the part that I need y'all to see. Hang on.
Oh yeah, it was a lot.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so check this out. Please provide a list of all lawsuits pending against the agency or which were settled prior to litigation, excluding administrative law court cases during fiscal years 2007 to 2017.
That's 10 years that they want
This
them
is
to keep
this is just the DNR.
Yep.
So I didn't see the wrongful death stuff. I didn't see any of that.
Yeah.
Invasion of privacy. I think that's the one I might have read into. Negligence.
Survival action. Gross negligence.
Oh, that's gonna be Tyler right there.
Negligent supervision, abuse of process, civil
That right there is
constitutional
Tyler.
negligence. That's all in one daggone case.
Oh, it
Then you
is.
got,
Huh?
invasion of privacy, 1983 claim, outrage, trespass, nuisance, negligent supervision, abuse of process, civil constitutional negligence. That was in 2007 when it was filed.
I read
Concluded
about
in
that one.
Yeah, and then in 2008, negligence, settled in 2010. 2009, wrongful death.
2020 that ain't even on that list.
Here's another wrongful death: survival action, gross negligence. That took 3 years to settle.
I mean, what the hell?
Declaratory judgment, injunctive relief, androgynous fish. I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna have to look that up. Somebody look up androgynous fish. That sounds like a
Yeah, just think about this, you
an
guys.
obscure situation that I don't even know if I want to go about.
But think about this. So you come across money, however, or you save up, and you find a piece of acreage that you want to buy, and it's about 200 acres. So you buy this acreage, and the seller tells you, you see that deer stand over there? That's the South Carolina DNR. And he says to him, it's in your best interest to let him keep it there and hunt when he wants to. And then you respond, no, this is my land now, and I'm not going to let him hunt. So about a few months later, you're driving, and then you see this four-wheeler parked on side of this little entryway to your acreage. You get smart enough to go get trail cameras. The season opens, and you have all your family. There's about 100 of them, and y'all are all there for the first season day. And about 15 DNR pull up. They walk up to you, they stick their knives in the ground, and they pull up seed. And they give you a $10,000 fine. And you're either going to pay that fine or you're going to lose your land to the DNR because it's called baiting the land. The only reason the man didn't lose is because he had the trail cameras to prove that DNR went out there and baited his land.
Yep, I read about that one.
That is some sorry ass shit right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and so, my husband told me, he was like, stop shooting them the bird when they come by the house, Shay, because they can come up here on our land and they can arrest you. I said, I wish those mother would come up here. Let them try.
And that is, if he wouldn't have had them trail cams, he would have had to pay that 10 grand or they would have confiscated his land. That's pretty sick.
That is.
And look, and these are all different cases. I mean, here's more abusive process, malicious prosecution, gross negligence, which I think that's what, in my opinion, in my non-law enforcement opinion, I think he's guilty of gross negligence.
Me too.
Look, violation of ADA, breach of contract, violation of civil rights, gender title 7.
I read about the civil rights one. Let me tell you about that one. So this guy, that might be the one. But anyway, there was a guy who was young. He kept getting denied a promotion.
Yep.
And it was because he was young. And all the older men kept getting moved up and moved up. So he sued while he was working there.
They did the same thing to a female in 2020.
Wow.
Oh, really? That makes sense.
So what is this outrage charge? False imprisonment, outrage, and assault? Are you kidding me? What are these people doing?
Because people have put it in their heads that they're above the other laws, so they don't think nobody, and there's not been no voices to stand behind it. Tyler has voices.
Yep. People really believe that these guys have more power than any law enforcement around us.
Yeah, I know.
Look at this right here. Failure to train and supervise.
Wow.
Not a shock, huh?
I'm glad I'm not showing my face right now because my face is saying it all right now. Gross negligence, failure to train and supervise. I see, let's see, here's a strict liability, product liability, breach of warranty, gross negligence, loss of consortium, premises liability, motor vehicle accident negligence. Oh, the list goes on.
So
Violation of the Employee Grievance Act, intentional infliction of emotional distress. I'm liking that one for the way Miss Linda.
That's about what he did with Miss Linda, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yes, it is. I pray to the Lord that Jimmy Richardson is watching this live stream.
Me too.
Or at least his assistant.
Right.
Because here's assault and battery, defamation, unconstitutional. Listen, I'm just giving my personal opinion about how I see the way this family has been treated. I don't want anybody to go and attack him. I want him to go to court. I think that there needs to be legal action taken.
Yeah.
And
We
I
have to
think that
send-
his superior needs to be addressed. Like there's a way to handle things
But here's the
without.
thing. Right. You're absolutely right, Duchess. But here's the thing. If they are listening, then they need to know that their officers are a reflection of them.
That's exactly right. And whoever is allowed him to be, like, he's not just some regular employee. Like, he is over this little district. Like, he's in a place of power. So whoever his superior is allowing this to go on. So he's just as guilty as he is.
Absolutely.
Right, man. So I will tell you this.
Now, and if Ronnie Floyd is listening, I hope he realizes that ain't nobody supposed to lose their high up position for his little leprechaun short self. It's just not going to happen. So,
Well, he's not short. I'm short. He is taller than I am. But
in that thing, he looks short. In that picture,
he
looks short. He looks like a damn leprechaun.
Well, that's what
I'm
he
only
would say.
4'11",
Couldn't
so
stand that.
Well,
Oh, here's what happened to Tyler.
it's just ridiculous.
it is. And, so this was a very interesting document, guys. I mean, it's like 150 pages, and I mean, it's a lot, but it talks about the training what they have. Like, if you're a deputy officer, you have to be a registered voter, have a GED, be of good character. You have to be retired from a department with employment and be previously certified as a law enforcement officer. Like, if you're acting as a deputy officer,
Which he wasn't. He wasn't.
yeah,
So why?
and it says that what you're allowed to do, what you have to wear, how you have to groom yourself, and here's what I wanted to talk about. Everybody was talking about the khakis. This is for you, AJ. Green shorts, khaki pullover shirt with a collar, no t-shirt. A badge may be embroidered to the left side. Khaki is just it's not a color. It is an actual material that is worn by game wardens. It's part of their field uniform. That's what the khaki is, and it's green.
Well, at least it's not the Indian suits that he has on YouTube, so I'm all right with that.
I'm not even. I was gonna play that video. I might still do it. I'm considering it. I'm thinking about it.
Seen it when I was talking to Dutchess the other night, and I was watching it. That's got to be. I can't.
Have y'all not seen that? Have y'all not seen that video?
Just YouTube his name, and you guys can all go watch it. It's
fun. Get the popcorn, because.
Well, I mean, you and Shay are mods. You can drop the link to his little channel over there. And,
I'm on my iPad.
maybe he'll get some views.
I don't really want to promote him like that. They might hate me later.
Maybe we'll take a look at that. This right here, it talks about this is not the one. It's so long. And we're probably going to have to come back and look over this, but it talks about deadly force. It talks about the weapons, and they had to provide all of this because apparently they wanted to know if the DNR see, it's got all these attachments. Here it is right here. Criteria for hiring enforcement officers. They got to have a written examination, a physical examination, and an interview. They got to reside within the county in which he is assigned, provided that the director in his discretion may allow an officer to reside outside the county under special hardship circumstances. It talks about him taking an oath and a bond. He's got to have, every officer has to be covered by a surety bond. And it just gives all these different things. It talks about, transfers. It talks about, I just think this is like so important because it talks about training. It talks about like having a bachelor degree. Look, job requirements, education, a bachelor degree. Who do we know that has a bachelor degree? I mean, it's now the interview that I was going to play you guys with a DNR officer. He actually went to Clemson for his degree to be a DNR officer. I guess you don't really have to have it in that per se. Or you can have an associate's degree. It's got to be certain amount of credit hours with 2 years of certified class 1 law enforcement officer service or active military service, or 4 years of service as a South Carolina DNR deputy law enforcement officer. And then the Human Resource Office is responsible for determining an applicant's qualifications, and they must meet the minimum education or equivalent experience requirement at the time of application. And then it talks about how they have to go to this interview panel, and the director has to, they have all of this, I guess, senior officers and things. They get these questions that the panel's going to have to ask them. Then they have to go through this testing, physical agility test. Did y'all know all this? I want to know. Look at this right here. Investigation. They do a background investigation, a personal interview, medical and psychological screenings. So I'm assuming that Ronnie Floyd had all that done, right? How come he doesn't know how to file a missing persons report? I just want to know.
Do you have to have an IQ test on there? I didn't see that part.
I didn't see that either. It did say mental evaluation, but
Okay. No IQ test.
I just think it's interesting that he's supposed to have this law enforcement training, but does he strike you as somebody that seems like that he knows how to use his resources? And
no, he reminds me of a deacon in a church.
Oh Lord, explain that to us.
Well, I mean,
there was an older man that was a new to DNR. I don't recall him saying that he had a bachelor degree. I forgot what he did previously, but he was older and just started with the DNR.
Well, you have to have previous law enforcement experience, military experience, or
Unless he was in the military at some point, but like he was up in age, like retirement age, and going into the DNR. I just can't remember what he did.
And it says here, the DNR officers are subject to call at all times and may be required to travel outside their assigned area. In order to facilitate this requirement, DNR law enforcement officers utilize sophisticated statewide communication systems, including pagers and radios, and they're expected to take appropriate action to enforce natural resource laws, investigate crime scenes, respond to emergency situations, and to assist other governmental agencies as needed. Special equipment such as weapons, bulletproof vests, restraining devices, personal flotation devices, and protective clothing are issued to each officer and to be carried in the vehicle.
Well, they definitely have to travel outside because that's where the other man and woman filled in for whenever he had kidney stones, and that's when that one female DNR officer from a different area was right there when Kevin Perdue said he fed people cats.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
Yep. And you know what, Marie, I was thinking about? You remember the day the other gentleman came from Florence? He was so nice.
Yes.
And, okay. I'm thinking when I look at the phone records that we got now, AJ, when they say they were printed on what was that? That was the 9th, right? Or no, was it the 6th? February 6th?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember.
Well, they got them. The AT&T ran them on the 6th.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember because the reason why I went and spoke to him. Remember, I told you that, and Marie she knows this too because I was torn. Do I say?
I remember you told me, and he promised you that he would get them. That guy.
Yeah, and I was so torn, and I said, "Can I please talk to you?" And I looked at my mom, and my mom, you heard her in the phone call.
how she said in the beginning, she never said anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked at her and I knew, like, I'm about to do something and you're not going to like it. But he said, yeah, I'll come over here and talk to me. And I sat on his tailgate and he pointed at his badge, which he had a big gold badge. And at the time, I didn't realize what he was talking about. And he said, you see that? It's turned off. And then I realized that there was a camera inside of that badge. But when I went to speak to him, I told him about her behavior and how I didn't like the way she was acting. And I said, I really, really want y'all to get the phone records for Christian Holden, her, and Tyler. And he said, don't worry. I was crying my eyes out. And I said, she's done some things that just don't add up. And I'm trying to remember, Marie. I can't remember, but I think he may have been the one who actually, because he told me, he said, don't worry, we're going to subpoena for him. And he may be the only reason why we have those records.
Probably because
the guy that filled in.
Yep. He really tried, to help. He was the only one that really listened.
Exactly. And when I look back on it and I saw the date on it, I immediately thought of him.
Yeah. Well, guys,
I have to go make boob bags for my nephew. You got boob bags. So
you need to go make your boob bags because you're on a lot earlier schedule than we are because it's 12:35 here.
He's on fall break, and I don't want him to be up too late trying to make them because he'll get off schedule.
Yeah, don't do that. So we're going to let everybody go. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm sorry for such a long live stream, but
you know what? Every bit of it was important. Every bit of it.
It was very important, and I hope that people, if you're on the replay gang, please don't forget to hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed and ring the notification bell. And we are going to meet back here maybe on Sunday and continue to take a look at this information. I have more videos and stuff for you to watch, and
don't forget, don't forget, Tyler will be so proud of this 4 hour and 35-minute video,
and that just makes my heart smile.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. I hope he would because it's all for him.
Every bit of it. Give me time to do this with my nephew, and I will get the documents uploaded to the website. Y'all can view them there.
Yeah, y'all go over to.
Thank you, Shay.
Yes.
Love you guys.
Love you too, AJ. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll talk to you soon.
Love you, Dutchess, AJ, Reed. Love you, Aiden.
I love you, baby.
Love you too. Love you too, Shay. Love you, New Start Homestead and Aiden. Thank y'all so much for being my guest tonight. And I hope you guys have a good night. And maybe you guys, if you have a chance and you can join me on Sunday, please do. If you just want to be in the chat, that's fine. But Shay, text me whenever we get off this live stream if you have a second. I do want to ask you one quick thing. But I'm going to let you guys go. And I appreciate y'all being here, but I don't want to keep y'all too much longer. I got to take my doggy out and go check on the Duke and see how he's doing. But thank y'all so much. This has been a great conversation, and I think it's very important to talk about all of these things. So
thank you for everything.
You're welcome. We love you so much.
See y'all later.
All right. See y'all later.
Have a good night,
y'all. Good night. Y'all give some hearts and prayer hands in the chat for Shay and New Start Homestead and Aiden and Miss AJ. That was a great conversation, and I don't want to keep y'all too long because I know y'all get fussy about my crazy long lives, but sometimes we get to pushing through this information. We ain't got no time for these internet beefs with people. We have serious facts that we have to get out about Tyler's case because there is corruption. There are things that don't make sense. And we're going to keep talking about these cases. I have a case tomorrow night. We're going to have Miss Vanna, Jaden Carpenter's sister, back for another live stream to talk about missing Jaden Carpenter out of Columbia, Tennessee. And that's going to be tomorrow live tonight on my channel, tomorrow night at 8:30. If you guys are interested in hearing about a different missing case that I'm covering, I do appreciate Vanna reaching out to me, and I want to make sure that Jaden gets coverage. And so please join me tomorrow night for that. And then I'll see you guys back around on Sunday for another live stream to talk more about Tyler Doyle's case. Please pray for the Doyle family. We love you, Miss Linda, Mr. Ricky. Please pray for Reed. Please pray for Shay and her family. Please pray for Brian. Please pray for Tyler's mom. Please pray for Jimmy Long's family too. This has been such a tough case, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. And hopefully the right people are watching this case, and we're going to keep seeking the truth. And I want to thank all of my moderators and all of the members for being a part of this team and supporting my mission to continue to talk about missing people and getting their stories out there. You guys are so amazing. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to like this stream, share this stream out. Make sure you ring the notification bell so you can get all the notifications on my upcoming videos. If you're a member, don't forget to check the community wall on YouTube for exclusive drops that are for members only. You're going to hear it there first. So I really appreciate you guys so very much. And I know that the Doyle family is so very grateful. And it's always a pleasure to have Miss Shay and New Start Homestead and Aiden to come join AJ and I for a really great conversation. I think it's important to have people that know the family, that are the family, that were there firsthand, telling us exactly what their thoughts and feelings are, because you can see that this means so very much to them. And you guys mean so very much. Please don't forget to, if you want to see any of the videos that we played tonight or that I'm going to be playing in the future, that is in the description box. You can go over there and check that out. My intro and outro video songs are in the description box as well. If you join the membership, you can get a link to Discord for the top 3 levels. I did show people how to get that channel link tonight. So, and if you ever have any questions, just get in touch with me or Michelle Macklin, one of my mods. And if you're a moderator and you would like to join my Discord to link up with other moderators and things like that, please just let me know. Send me an email or reach out to me on Facebook, and I'll be happy to send you a link to come over there. So that would be great. Hey, Jason, before I get off here, Jason says, Dutchess, have you seen about the girl in Richland School District 2 that is being discriminated against for being in a wheelchair? She's on the cheerleading squad. Jason, I haven't, but if you're on Facebook, you can send me a link to the article. I would really like to read that and share that out, because that is wrong. And that needs to be shared. If you don't mind, if you are on Facebook, if not, you can always email me at duchessforthemissing@gmail.com. And I can drop that in the chat. Hey, FarQ, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Thank you for being here. Let me drop this email and I'll take us on out of here. Thank you, Lolly, for being here. I really appreciate you so very much. I know Michelle was so tired. And I appreciate everyone who does take the time to go back and listen. Sometimes you can't always be here for the live stream. So if you're on the replay gang, I really appreciate you guys, whether it's morning, noon, or night, and you're here listening to this live stream. I just want to say thank you very much for supporting this mission and helping to find missing people. Thank you, Jason, for sending me that. And y'all go out into the world and bless somebody, and you'll be blessed. Remember, what you put out into the world is what you get back. So go out and be kind. And I hope everybody has an amazing week. And I'll probably see you over on Facebook or out in the YouTube streets. So I'm going to find us an outro, and I'm going to take us on out of here. Take care, guys. Bye, y'all.
I wonder where you are. are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are